Good morning, or evening, or I have no idea. In any case, greetings to everybody. Welcome to the Chess Dojo. And we are covering Ding-Gukesh for another day. We've got 4 little boxes left to fill out down there below the board. Just 4 little black boxes, that's it. And then this whole match will be done. We've got 10 games behind us. We've got a tied match, incredibly close. Nobody really knew what to expect with this match. But gradually, over the course of the last year, almost everyone had come to the conclusion that Gukesh would be a huge favorite, and now here we are in the actual event, and it's just absolutely deadlocked. So, with 4 games left, we're at a point where the players would need to score 2.5 out of 4 remaining games to win the match, and that means anybody who scores a win in these last couple games, the other person is immediately going to be in a pretty desperate situation, I guess I would say. Jesse thinks that Gukesh is going to come back around to the French. But there is always the risk that if he plays 1e4, that Ding plays his secondary opening that he's planned. Wow, knight f3 again. Yeah, so to some extent the French stands tall. It's very hard to predict the openings for me in this match. Very, very hard to predict. Greetings and good morning. Cute Kitty Cat, Baymone, KOTM Fraser, Ron Burgundy. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, we get a Reti move order, knight f3, d5, c4. He played knight f3 before, but what was the move order then? The move orders can be very important for them, even if they transpose and so forth. Like in yesterday's game, they eventually transposed to some games, but first they were on their own for a couple moves, which was kind of weird, but just showed the struggle in the move order. You think he has something against the French that's not tricky enough to run Dingley Wren's clock down in a classical game, but is good enough for a rapid maybe? Ron Burgundy wants to see e6, g3. That would again move us towards a 2e6, g3 would move us towards a Catalan. But d4 is the GM/Super GM reason why the Reti opening has become rarer in top level play. It's not black playing c6 or e6 or something like that and leaving white all the latitude to transpose to any mainline d4 opening. It's really d4 that has caused people to play this less as white. And Dingley Wren is a man of quite a bit of principle, and if you look at his games, I think you could expect this response from him. It seems like the most likely. And Gukesh seems to have been... Well, of course, Gukesh had to be ready for it. You can't play knight f3, c4 and not be ready for it. So that's like just a dumb thing to say. Hola, Predicator. Bienvenido en nuestro dojo. So he plays b4, which is kind of like the Benko, right? Ding plays c5, and now white has the Benko gambit with a full extra tempo. And Gukesh uses it to play e3, which gives the Blumenfeld, right? So the Blumenfeld style gambit would be if black takes here and then takes here. And then white would set up this pawn center. Normally it's played from the opposite side, right? So let's just show almost all these openings are only played from the black side. And it looks like this. If you got somehow, normally this would come about through d4, knight f6, c4. Sorry, I should at least give you a real move order. c4, so e6 like you want to play the Nimzo. Your opponent plays knight f3 like they don't want to play the Nimzo. Then you say, okay, well now I can play sort of a Benoni. They advance, and then this b5 pawn sack. This is the normal position for the Blumenfeld. So there'd be this extra development tempo, and normally they would trade and then take the pawn. Although, actually I say normally, but in fact, bishop g5 and bishop f4 are also pretty good approaches by white, sort of switching up who's the gambiteer, right, by not taking on b5. So black's gonna have, so white in the game after e3, Gukesh is gonna have an extra tempo, which is that this knight hasn't come here. It does also give Ding an extra option, which would be like you play here, takes, and here, and play this pawn structure against the knight. Looks like Gukesh might have slightly caught him out with this b4 e3 move order, but we'll see. We'll see. If he's thinking for 5 minutes, it might just be refreshing or picking or ask. There's the thing in the opening where you sit there and you ask yourself, what is my opponent hoping for? So there might be a line that Ding knows here, and he's thinking like, what along the way in this line would be Gukesh's intention? Is it, you know, just trying to guess what your opponent's going for? All right, and I see lots of folks are now streaming in to our chat and bringing greetings and questions with them. I'm excited to see this approach from Gukesh. I think this is a very very dynamic opening. This gambit from the black side is just barely not good enough. Unfortunately, basically in these bishop development type variations. So maybe it'll be good here. I think we could definitely expect Gukesh to play ambitiously and for the win today, right? So that much is not a surprise, and yes, this opening does reflect that. But I think Gukesh has played pretty hard and pretty aggressively in every game, pretty much. You know, even his exchange French, which some people like Jesse may belittle the exchange, but I think, you know, he played the exchange French with full intention of winning, right? And played it, you know, aggressively with some thought that he was getting the better of somebody, or that he had ideas to potentially get the better of somebody. All right. Right. In the most, why doesn't D3 work in the current position? Okay, there's a good question too. There's so many questions. Sorry everybody, I can't get all of them. And we've got a million welcome to the dojos here from some series of gifted subs. Thank you, Chris or Krigolsh. Thank you very much. All right. So now we've got a question from chat here, right? Which is D3. Why cannot black just go D3 here, passing this pawn and cramping this piece here in? So white could play likely queen B3, pressuring the pawn. And I've got like a weird bruise in my jaw this morning or something. Somebody punched me while I was asleep. More likely, I took some punches from the kids yesterday and didn't feel it till now. Okay. Bishop f5 would defend it. This question is actually going to get, the answer to this simple question is going to get pretty insane here in a second. All Ding fans in the chat. That's right, Nigel. I think most of us, well, I would guess that a lot of us are both Ding fans and Gukesh fans. We'll see. So, okay, knight h4 hitting this piece. It tries to keep the pawn defended maybe. f3. Now black can choose between g5 and e5, right? I'm going to get black some development. Hitting this. We're going to go here. Now I guess there's two choices here. What the heck? I don't even know who's better with this weird line I came up with. Bishop b2 maybe. It doesn't matter. Black's knight is safe here. Oh, Ron Burgundy does not like this weird opening for today. Sorry, Ron, that we don't match your taste today. Yeah, Dances with Boars. Let's go West Coast. Oh my goodness. So Matt Chess informs us that Ding won a game against Audubon in this line 3 years ago. Yeah, Mohammed, it's possible that we could try this other move order here. Bishop f5 we could take here instead of knight h4 threatening. Queen takes b7. We just have very bad development. I don't know if we're going to get away with this. Yeah, I would love to be in Hamburg right now. Although you probably have like some kind of a snowy winter, huh? All right, I shall do my best, Grigush. I will do my best to continue to earn your appreciation. Just rain and 6 degrees, and you want snow, huh? And Audubon lost with the same opening to Levon in the same event. Nice. Okay, so maybe queen here to defend everything. So this pawn on d3 is hurting white's development. But black also spent a lot of time getting it there and doesn't have all their development yet themselves, right? Oh, now the knight could go here instead of h4. That's a better square, isn't it? Ooh, that's much better. The pawn is gone. Our thanks have to go to Mohammed El Mokhtar, who gave us the idea of taking on c5 first. And very nice detail about it is putting the knight on d4 instead of h4. And Hugo's pointing out it could also go to e5. That would work too. Pop the queen and take the pawn like this. So that also looks good. Knight e5 or knight d4. Wow, that's a heavy bet, local. That is a heavy bet. Yikes. Okay, let's see. After white takes, black needs a better move, right? Because that queen d7 was not cutting it. Thanks for the raid, H1 Chess. Greetings and welcome, raiders. If you don't know me, my name's David. And if you don't know these guys we're watching, Dingley Ren is the current world chess champion. He became champion 2 years ago in a tied match against the Russian Yan Nepomniachtchi, and now he's stuck in a tied match with the 18-year-old Indian prodigy Gukesh, who is the youngest challenger for the world championship ever by several years. I love this opening myself, Tiger Cubby, but as black, I have always loved the Benko and then the related Benko openings, which are, you know, the Benoni and the Blumenfeld Gambit. So this is right up my alley. Do they fight today? Yes, they fight today. Should you rather go to Puzzle Rush? Only you know, but probably not, I would think. I'm not going to do Puzzle Rush. Let's put it that way, right? Only you know what you will do. I will watch this game. That's my pick. So let's say I develop for black and white taketh another pawn. I do have a weak spot for gambits, yes, for sure. Knight's attacked. I guess you develop more. I'll develop for white too, looking at maybe playing e4. Knight here. Should I put the rook on an open file maybe? I mean, these c-pawns are not looking like an amazing advantage here. That's what Tiger Cubby is saying is correct. Ding is not out of prep. He's not only has he seen this position before, he's seen it over the board in his own games. So he's just thinking down, you know, his prep lines and thinking, you know, where might Gukesh have something prepped. Have any of you ever been in a game where your opponent has prepped for you? Has anyone ever been in that kind of situation before? I know for some of us, prep doesn't come up, but you don't have to be a super GM anymore to sometimes have a game where someone is prepared, right? Like, you know, in the dojo, people play this classical tournament where they get a different opponent every week, and you've got a whole week, and they look up each other's Lee chess profiles and chess.com profiles, and they prep like madmen sometimes, or they don't, but their opponent does. So, I mean, even a normal person can have the experience of someone having prepped for them. So, imagine with me that somebody is prepared for you, and they start playing a few moves, and they're going down the course of a game that you played 1 or 2 years ago. You may not remember everything about that game or what you thought or what you planned or what you decided in the postmortem afterwards, right? But as you're playing, you might think to yourself, my opponent's probably seen that game of mine, right? Like, what are they thinking that they want to get based on that game? You see, it's just a very, very normal thought, right? Good eye, Lauren. Finally doing something on your time zones, aren't I? I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. Enjoying the World Championship match for sure. Berkeley Chess School Championships. Oh, right here in my backyard, cute kitty cat. Hello, Germany. People prep against you, right, DL, in the dojo tournaments, right? So we've had this feeling or experience. That's what Ding's going through right now, just a higher level version of it, right? Because he actually remembers everything about his game, which you guys might not always remember everything about the games you've played. He remembers what he played and what his conclusions were. But either way, it's kind of a similar thing, right? He's going through his past game and saying, based on that game, based on the positions that were possible in that game, what does Gukesh want? So yeah, that's the experience. This position looks like Black's got pretty good compensation for 2 pawns, so now people are saying maybe we shouldn't take the second pawn here with Queen B7 analysis. I basically know, by the way, that D3 is not a good move for Black. I'm just trying to answer a question from someone in chat about why not D3, and it's very, very hard to prove or say. Yeah, Lauren, World Championship level games are fantastic, and if one gets really deep into them, whether or not they end in draws, anything you get deep into, you understand and you appreciate, and it's exciting and interesting. That's why some people were so mad on the internet when we said that the Carlsen-Caruana match was one of the less good World Championships. They said, but, they lived through it, right? And for those who lived through it, it was thrilling. For me, Carlsen-Caruana was thrilling because, I lived through it and I was getting deep into every game every day as it was played. But what we were taking was a historical perspective on the podcast. And we're saying, for people 100 years from now, they're not going to replay the games of a 12-game drawn match. And they're not going to talk about the match. That's what we were sort of getting at. But of course, in the heat of the moment, playing through a game before it's done and you don't know if it's going to finish in a draw, right? That's also why one watches these things without the evaluation bar and computer variations telling you what should happen. The uncertainty, the fact that the result is in the air, the fact that you don't know who's going to win the game or the match, etc., that imbues everything with possibility, and you're wondering about this and wondering about that. So, of course, these World Championships are always thrilling during them. So I haven't been able to prove anything wrong with this D3 move, even though I know that it somehow doesn't work out for Black. And it's obviously controversial, right? Either White's development gets stuffed or Black potentially loses this center pawn. So, it's a very controversial line, and I haven't found the right moves for White to refute it exactly. Francois says maybe start with knight e5 immediately. Yeah, thanks, Francois. If Black could quickly go like queen or bishop to the long diagonal, that might make this knight e5 suspicious. But here it looks pretty good because against bishop f5, there's queen f3. Well, then there's e6. Hang on, let me be careful here. We could also maybe have queen a4. Should I try g4? Queen f3, e6. Queen b7, checkmate, and this. Knight here, knight takes. And Black can't capture the knight without losing the rook. Okay, let's see, Francois. Let me just check this again. Queen f3, hitting the bishop. Taking the bishop would also defend the knight. F6, we could go like this and maybe prioritize development over taking that pawn on E5. Asher saying on Queen F3, Queen C8. Then Bishop D3 should be pretty good, right, Asher? Bishop D3. Developing this piece. Picking up that pawn. Black doesn't seem to have a lot to show here. They can't even trade on D3 because of check. Here, check. And then later you take this back. So they have to play a move like E6 or G6, and they're just down a pawn, right? Boom, boom, boom. White doesn't have to worry about this. Black could take here at some point, but white will dominate the center. So there's not really... I don't really see anything for black to even play for in this position. Looks dead. Okay, maybe this is finally the answer to the early D3, is that white would play knight E5 and collect the pawn from this angle. Seems plausible. Let's talk about some other options for this position from black's perspective. So one option is you take on E3 and then you capture that pawn on B4. It's a principled option, but very few people enjoy playing like that. So that would be this position here. Very few people enjoy playing like this, where your opponent is just completely dominating the center and has better minor pieces than you. And in compensation, you've got an extra doubled pawn somewhere on the board. Very, very few people feel comfortable playing this kind of grubby situation. That said, it's probably playable for black. It's probably playable for black, but honestly, it'd be a bit of a surprise to play like that. The difficulty level is set super high for black, I think. But for anyone who wants to play like this, I'll tell you, I think the key to playing this position as black is playing the move E5 in some position, a position where white can't just take with a knight, basically. But where E5, if they want to take the pawn, they'd have to take like this, and then their central structure goes from imposing to a dud. That's kind of the key strike back. Ding does know the proper continuation, Joel Cato. He knows several proper continuations, and he's played this line before. He's just trying to guess what Gukesh is up to. And when he played D4, there were many options for what Gukesh would do next. In this position, Gukesh could go G3, E3, D3, A3, B4. You know, quite a number of moves, so he couldn't be sure what Gukesh would do. Honestly, he could have thought after B4, because here black has a number of options, but he was still confident he wanted to play like this, and now E3 is less common, and so now he's picking, I guess, here. He surely knows it still. Surely knows it still. Not just maybe. It's interesting that he's spending this long on it when he knows it. But, yeah, let me call up the cameras and see what we can read from him. I would say 20 minutes is excessive. for this point in a game. You know, I normally am the person defending Ding's. Yeah, I mean, look, he's got his eyes closed. He's still going through stuff in his mental database. I've been, in general, the one defending Ding's time usage. You know, when he's thinking for 20 minutes or even 30 minutes on critical choices, and then making sure that he gets himself a good opening position. And I've explained that at this level, it's very important to avoid giving your opponent an advantage of 0.4 or 0.5 or something like that. So positions which to us wouldn't be critical because our opponents can't convert such small advantages or put much pressure on us from such small advantages, and we should play faster and just think really hard on positions where we might lose a piece. For Ding, he's going to calculate those piece situations very, very quickly, and even before it gets that critical, he has to make sure that he doesn't give Gukesh, you know, a big opening advantage of 0.5, 0.6, 0.7. He wants to keep it down to 0.1 or 2. So for him, these decisions are much more important because of the level of the player. So I've defended that perspective throughout the match and pointed out that Ding basically never ran too low on time to defend himself. The only game where he ran out of time was a game where he was losing on the board, and the fact was no matter how much time he had, he couldn't have found any defense because there was none. In every other game, you know, he's been able to stabilize and have at least 5 extra minutes at time control. So he's had plenty of time, and he's been able to play the middle games in 5 or 10 minutes sometimes quite comfortably without mistakes. So overall, I defend Ding's time usage, but today, this is maybe the first time where I would be slightly suspicious. Not that he's putting himself in a hole he can't get out of, but it does feel like quite a lot this early to me. Matt Chess informs us that in his previous game, he played knight f6 here. Just ignoring all the pawn tension and developing. Thank you, DH Germany. I agree, and it's good to hear that other people agree with me. Right, Bishop G4 in this position, Lauren, would probably be a really critical variation, as you mentioned. So, let me state one obvious thing that I didn't yet. Which is that in this branch of positions, the early fight is over these two squares. And that can transfer to other squares, but let me just introduce one of my opening theories to those who haven't had a chance to hear it before and to bore those who have. But a lot of fighting openings, and there are some openings that are not fighting openings, and an example is the London system. In the London system, white gets control over d4 and e5 uncontested, and black gets control over d5 and e4 uncontested, and the players just sort of develop and maneuver and posture, right? But in fighting openings, and look at this, this is a fighting opening. White tries to say, I want to trade my not center pawn for your center pawn. Black says, oops, you let me slip past, and I'm grabbing a space advantage with black on move 2. White says, I'm undermining your pawn. You're not going to be able to defend it. Black says, well, you know, I will be able to defend it. White says, the battle is on, right? So in fighting openings, a majority of fighting openings in chess involve a fight over one pair of central squares. And it's going to be a pair of squares of the same color, okay? So it's going to be either d4 or e5 or e4 or d5. For example, Ruy Lopez or Spanish opening. What pair of squares do they fight over initially in this opening? Bishop b5 is the Spanish. They start off fighting over d4 and e5, right? One of my favorite openings, Najdorf Sicilian. For those of you who know it, you can shout out the answer before I even set it up. What squares are they fighting over in the Najdorf Sicilian? When black plays a6, what's the point of a6? It's never d5, e5, or d4, d5. It's always a pair of squares that share the same color in the center. Why is that in chess? Well, it's because when the knights develop naturally, they hit a pair of squares like that. It's the influence of how knights develop in the normal starting position of chess that causes us to always fight over a pair of squares like that. So in this opening, the Najdorf, it's a fight over e4 and d5. White wants to have control over d5 so black can't take space with e5 because it'll be a hole, right? And black wants white to be so busy defending e4 that they have to play a passive move like f3 and they can't put pressure on black. a6 is played because b5 and b4, and there's other reasons for it, but one of the reasons is b5, b4, you're going to kick the knight that's fighting for this pair of squares. And have you seen this variation for white, h3 and g4? What is the meaning of g4 in so many open Sicilians? It's not just to pawn storm the black king. Moves have multiple valencies and purposes in chess, right? Especially at top level. But one of the reasons they rush this move before finishing development is that they're trying to kick the black knight so that they win the battle over e4 and d5. Okay? So that is just absolutely ingrained in chess, and you'll often see these g-pawn or b-pawns rushing forward in chess, and it's very anti-positional because it leaves weaknesses on the h-file or the a-file. The reason it's done is because the impact of that one knight on that pair of central squares that you're battling over in a real fighting opening, the impact of that knight is so huge that being able to unseat your opponent's knight is a really big deal. And you'll even see people often playing h6 to try and keep the knight there, right? d6, by the way, is also played to keep the knight there. Did you know that? On move 2 here after knight f3, when black plays d6, that move is played to secure this square for the knight in anticipation of we're going to fight over this pair of squares. Because if you played knight f6, your opponent would just unseat your knight, and then your knight can't control these squares. Even if it's going to go sit on one of them, it's not controlling those squares. Right? So even on move 2 here, the move d6 is played in order to fight for e4 and d5 by establishing the square for the knight on f6. Okay, so now let's get back to today's fighting opening, as Ding hits 35 minutes or so spent on this move. Wow. So this opening is a huge battle over e5 and d4. By the way, if black wins that battle, they get the advantage with black, right? Because white's going to be suffering from a space disadvantage with white from the very kickoff, right? So c5, e3, right? And so this pawn is supposed to trade this pawn to undermine this one. The knight on f3 is supposed to keep black from even being able to play e5. If black plays knight c6 at some point to fight for these squares, then instead of taking the pawn on c5, white's going to play b5, kick this knight somewhere bad. So that's why you'll see these gambit lines like Lauren's suggestion, bishop g4. The moment white takes this pawn, then black can put the knight on c6, knowing it won't get kicked and it will fight for control of these two squares. All right, let's see what we got. Je vais très bien. And we can never know exactly what's going through the minds of players of this caliber, right? Broadly speaking, Ding is thinking about some variations that could be played here, right? He's played a game in this line before, so he's certainly reviewing that game and asking himself, if I played in the same way as that game, what traps would Gukesh have waiting for me there? Let's get into a couple more variations here. So Lauren's now looking at going g6, but I feel like earlier, Lauren, you gave us a bishop g4 line. So, why does Ding go in for a fighting line, Kalorien asks. Because he's a principled guy, you know? And this in general is how he's played before. It would be like me playing a Najdorf and then my opponent plays a variation I haven't prepared recently, like, I don't know, 6 queen to d3 or something, and then I've had one game with it in the past, and I start thinking about, okay, how did that game go? Let me see what I can remember of my analysis after I played that game. But I'm still playing, even if I don't remember everything about something, I'm playing into the positions that I know best, that I've played the most over the course of my life, that I believe in. And Ding is a player who plays d5, d4 in this position and plays critical lines like that. So let me see. What was Lauren's line before with bishop g4? I feel like she gave us something. Bishop g4, if e4, c4. And if bc5, e5. Okay, got it. Okay. So Lauren said, what about bishop g4? And if b takes c5, e5. I think, Lauren, that e5 is maybe not amazing because of queen a4 check. I think black should prepare it with knight c6 first. Because after check, knight e5 is coming, so black has to bring the bishop back, and then white can play queen b3. The bishop's not good on d7, right? We didn't enjoy retreating it like this because now we're not able to win the fight for d4 and e5, right? Because we don't have the bishop here, and we're even blocking the queen's protection of d4. That's the meaning behind some of these Sutter step checks, by the way. Getting that bishop onto the square where it sort of interferes with your own stuff. So here it looks like black's about to lose the battle for these two squares. Well, maybe it's not so clear. Maybe black could take here. I mean, just play here and say we don't care if you take, and we're still going to try and win the battle for these squares. Maybe. But this bishop move is a bad sign for sure. So, I mean, I just know this isn't going to be the most precise, Lauren. I'm pretty sure that in this position you'd want to play knight c6 for black. Because see here, if white plays a move like queen a4, you can play bishop takes f3. Oh, we've got Ding's choice. He's played knight f6, like in the past, and Gukesh instantly responds with a3, which is surprising, in fact. Oh my gosh, I hope a3 is not a huge surprise for Ding. Matt Chess, can you tell us what Adibon played against Ding? I'm going to go out on a limb and guess it wasn't a3, because a3 does not look good to me, honestly. But sometimes moves that are not good are good opening surprises. Moves that are maybe not as bad as they look. Yeah, I can, Asher. You'll be back in 30 minutes, Kriggles. Okay. We're going to try a crazy line here from Asher, who says d3. Oh, Asher thinks there's still a line with d3. Knight e5, bishop f5, queen here, g6. And now you play queen b7. Did you consider bishop takes d3 as well, Asher? You can't take on d3 because of checkmate, right? So black would, you probably play bishop g7. Now if bishop here, there's bishop here, and white looks busted. Although maybe I say that too soon. You know, there is queen b7, which looks like a mess. But my instinct is to play this move. Bishop b2. And now it's going to be insane, Asher. Black still can't take d3, but I think the main line is going to be bishop e5. Would you agree? Then I take here. Now, I think you're going to sack the rook and take here. But like if you play f6, I can take. Right? And then here, like here, white's probably winning. Right? Black's structure is wrecked, and the remaining bishop looks pretty good. b7's hanging. And white can probably take it after knight f6. So my guess would be that in this position, black would sack and exchange. I don't know if it should be the queen or the bishop that comes in, right? But it's going to be something like this. And now maybe instead of taking this directly, maybe I should even take on b7 first. Although if I take, how does black get anything out of this? Okay, I'll take it. Yeah, it looks like a3 had its desired effect. Ding was not ready for it. He's thinking again. It's a very unusual move, apparently. That was my instinct, was that it was unusual when I saw it. And chat, I think, is confirming that via database statistics, that a3 is quite unusual in the game. Asher, I think we might need to get back to the game. This is madness that would take a while to figure out. You could play this to keep white's queen out of b7, right? And then maybe like f6 and trap the bishop. Yeah, I don't know if I can save that bishop, if I can make this work. I don't know. Maybe I have to go queen b7. And black does have the option of f6. I have to just take. I can't retreat. Black could also play bishop e4 here. I was going to check, but there is queen d8, right? Takes, takes, and then again f6. Ay, ay, ay. Asher, I'm not going to be able to figure this out. It would take me like 20 minutes just calculating to figure out your g6 idea, I'm afraid. You were playing queen b7 in your line for white. Knight d7. Knight d7, bishop d7, bishop d3, bishop g7. Yeah, black's doing okay there. Normally in this kind of a position, Asher, white would definitely play bishop b2 first before black plays bishop g7. Try and make black play a move defending on this diagonal. It's always like who gets the jump on the diagonal first, right? And, you know, you get black to do something like this. Now the bishop won't exert power on this diagonal, and then you come here and black's going to have, you know, some kind of counterplay here, but probably, you know, white's fine. They're up 2 pawns and their bishop has first control of the diagonal. I even thought after knight d7 that, you know, maybe white would try bishop b2 here, or knight c6, bishop b2 here. But yeah, there's a million possibilities. I don't believe in black in these lines, so I'm going to have to cut us off and get back to the game a little bit. Sorry. So let's talk about a3 for a second. Very unusual. The normal move to me would be bishop b2, by the way. Just to contrast it, we're fighting over d4 and e5. Every tempo appears critical. Bishop b2 looks super. We're told that in the game Audubon against Ding had played b5, which I don't love. It's cramping black on the queen side and taking away this square. But to me, it's not good enough. It's too much too much time on the pawn if we don't get a tempo on a knight on c6. And yeah, it looks wrong to me. This is the only move that looks right to me. Because it's applying pressure to this square. You know, what it's sort of doing is it's threatening to take here again. Look, if you take here, it doesn't make a strong impact because black keeps control over this square. And you go bishop b2, they play e5, and they've got control over this square. And you have to deal with bishop c5 is coming, right? But when I go bishop b2 as I would want to go, now if black plays knight c6, I play b5. The knight has to run to a5 or b8. Both are terrible. And then I take the center pawn. And I win. The battle for d4 and e5, and also probably the game off of it, right? Black's routed. And also black can't yet play e5 because the knight's on it. So this move adds the most fight to these two squares. And I would guess that if there's something that Gukesh or other people would have against this move, it would be that maybe black could now accept the gambit. And then when you go here, your bishop's not defending this square. So that square is like a little soft. But I think that this move probably does fit into a normal development scheme for white here anyway. Now you go d5, kick the knight somewhere bad, and open up your diagonal. G6, you know, play like this. Here you have this move, knight g4. It's like, this is a weak spot for white in this kind of gambit structure. You don't want to get forced back into too much defense. Just to explore for a moment. Just the knight gets stuck on e3 if we invite black in. And Matcha says that Erigaisi played bishop b2 against Nepo, so that's a high-level game in this bishop b2 line. Yeah, this looks tricky for black to get out of, huh? Bishop f4. Someone got out of it. Thanks, Francois. That's pretty good. Yeah, now I'm regretting for white what I've done, maybe. Let's see, do I still have any way to trap this knight? Look at this move for black. G5 maybe? No. Yes? No. Yes? No. Does this opening transpose into anything else? Not really, Tiger. This is its own position. It's quite a fight. Okay, well this is madness. Yeah, G5, H4, F6. You know, you have to take and sack a bishop now. I think white's going to lose despite taking H7, but I understand why someone would think white is winning too. It's hard to know. If we take here, we've kind of wasted the H4 move, right? Maybe there's this, check. If king takes, then you take check, and then you can take here. So this, the king has to go here. And then I could retreat this piece. No, not this piece, because black will take this one. I need to keep this piece. No, wait. Should I take now? So I don't sack a piece anymore? And then save my bishop? But you see, black's going to get a lot of development, and our king is stuck in the center. It's just a total mess. It's a total mess. I'm sorry about that, folks. I'm going to stop looking at my bishop b2 move. Anyway, that's how I would have looked at playing the position, this bishop b2 move. I think if there's something not liked about bishop b2, it might be d takes e3. I don't know what Nepo did. Anyway, we're going to get too far off track. So let's have a look at this a3 move from Gukesh, which is kind of unusual. So what is the thing about a3? Well, it's not developing a piece. It's not, bishop a3 putting pressure on c5. It just, I don't know, it just doesn't do much, this a3 move. All it does is it defends this pawn against black trying to take the gambit, which black has already declined at least once. Yeah, Francois, you were ready for that kind of scrappy battle there. You were ready for that. Jesse is probably sleeping right now. Yeah, gamer, you should be up in 5 minutes or so. That's his normal World Championship schedule, to get up at 5 a.m. in his Eastern time zone. Kostya was in a tournament in St. Louis through yesterday. He's played 9 games in the last 5 days, so I don't expect him to be up today, but maybe for the last 3 games of the tournament, of the match, he'll be back. A3. I think Kostya will probably join us soon, Tiger. Yeah, but the last game was, last night, so I don't think he's going to be getting up in the middle of the night after playing 2 classical games yesterday. Kostya's going to be gassed for at least a day. Everybody has some limits, even if he's younger than Jesse or I. Okay, I'm gonna look something up real quick here. So let me see. I'm looking in the database myself at this opening for a second with a3. Oh no, it's going to be this, c5. A3 is a perfectly good move if seldom played, and bishop b2, yeah, black can take the pawn against bishop b2. At least I got some instincts left. So a3, and now it's going to be super tricky, yeah. Not a lot of games here. Not a lot of reference points for Ding. Man. Ay. He's wandered into a bit of a minefield here. I agree. Yeah, the D3 lines now are just off the table because you don't even win a pawn. It's just bad. It's just bad, basically, I think. And knight c6, there's b5. So yeah, what is black supposed to do? What is even like a plausible next move here? You could go e6, yeah. Okay, I think that's a good point from Xasi. What if you played e6? Oh, but Xasi, then I think what white does is maybe play here. Bishop b2, which highlights like how e6 is not as good as e5, right? Yeah, Ron, I was thinking also g6, which is a little like off in another direction. So we'll talk about that next, especially if Ding plays g6. I think g6 is going to be a main move. But yeah, e6, I guess white plays bishop b2, highlighting that we didn't get e5 in. And now black kind of has to take the pawn because they can't win the fight for d4 anymore, right? If knight c6, b5, they lose. So now they have to take the pawn. But in this worse version where they have to put the bishop here, and honestly, queen a4 might just win back the pawn immediately, right? Because your bishop's dangling. So now, maybe queen b6 wouldn't give back the pawn. Yeah, maybe there's queen b6. Yeah. Yeah, maybe queen b6 holds the bishop and the pawn at c6. Bishop d4, there's bishop c5. Even that's not like 100% thrilling because this is Tempe. But no, I mean, the Tempe's not a big deal because white's played these moves that are going to lead to, you know, trades or retreats. Huh. Yeah, hard to figure out. Good Lord. There's nothing clear today. Nothing clear today. These positions are going to be really challenging to play. I don't think Ding should have an hour left after 5 moves. I've defended his time usage every other day, but oof. These positions are not easy at all. He's gotta play faster than this, whether he's familiar or unfamiliar. He has to play this a little faster than this. And yeah, Roshan Deep, it's a reversed Benko, or even more specifically, a reversed Blumenfeld gambit. Okay, so let's try a different move. We're going to try knight bd7 next. Trying to prepare e5. Oh, sorry, a3. Knight bd7. Trying to prepare e5. But then e takes d4. No can do, right? It's gone. Okay, so now let's talk about g6 for a second. So g6, the idea is we sort of avoid the battle over the c5 area and just bring the bishop to this diagonal that is going to be it's got the contested pair of squares on it, and not only is it the contested pair of squares, but we can always open the diagonal, the long diagonal for the bishop, right? So the bishop will be good on g7. So, okay, you guys know my first thought for white would be bishop to b2. Sure, we can look at that, Calorien. Okay, 2 people want to look at knight c6. Let me see, bishop b2. He's played bishop g4. Okay, that fights for the pair of squares. And avoids knight c6, b5 for now. Sure. Let's bring in the boss. Let's bring in the boss. Gukesh still in his prep, trades and challenges the bishop, which is probably going to have to give up the bishop pair here. Oh man, Gukesh has got his prep today. Oh, it's very uncomfortable for Ding to get these moves played so quickly. Gukesh just looks calm. I went back a few seconds so I could see them make a couple moves. It was nice to see them move the pieces. Ding looking at Gukesh, Gukesh giving him nothing. It's almost better than like trying to intimidate your opponent to just give them nothing when they're trying so hard to get some kind of information off of you. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, Tiger Cubby says we're still following some blitz games from a Cuban GM on Lee Chess. Alexander, luckily I don't understand your sentence. The engine liked a lot rather. But please don't tell us anything about the engine. We don't want to know. That's the Cuban GM was playing bullet games, so you know they might as well have been playing absolutely random moves like some people do in bullet. Who knows? But yeah, we don't want to hear anything about the engine here. We just want to experience the thrill of uncertainty. That's what we want here. Matt Chess says we're out of the OTB database. No ICCF database either. And I guess bishop g4 is a novelty that Gukesh prepared for. Gukesh's team has done very, very well on opening prep so far this match, as far as being ready for a lot of what the opponent does. Where is the boss? I don't know. I don't know. Do I see a continuation for black here? Well, basically there's bishop f3 and bishop h5. Yeah, ICCF is correspondence chess. So giving up the bishop, and you just have to guard here. But black wins the fight over d4 and e5, right? The game transfers to a different kind of battle. Hey, happy birthday, Roshan Deep. Yes, I definitely want a birthday present for you. Knight c6. I don't know if white would go b5, knight a5. Because the b3 square is a little bit weak. So maybe knight c6 could be played at this point. But certainly, you know, white's now going to play for the light squares, not for d4 and e5, right? I haven't even adjusted our human eval bar yet today because we're still in, the first, still in the first five. We were still in the first 5 moves of the game till that flurry of moves just a moment ago, and now we're at move 7. but having thought of it, I'm still not going to adjust it yet. I think there's a decent chance that white has a tiny advantage. Let's have a look at this move as well for completeness. Then you get kicked over here. Lose control over d4. Maybe bishop here. d3. We could have saved ourselves some time with that bishop, I guess. Are you saying something, dog?
Oh, I'm just waking up and then looking at these times.
Okay, yeah, because it just sounded like a...
Okay. So one thing, okay, just the obvious thing is that I think normally I would just be like white's much better.
Mm-hmm.
But I know from these positions that the computer never likes the Benoni structure. Just never.
Even with 2 extra tempi and the bishop
never.
pair. The computer does like the bishop pair, though, a lot, Jesse. And white does have the bishop pair now.
Yeah. Anyways, so I think in a way, I don't care with the computer because I would still rather be white.
Mm-hmm.
I love these Benoni positions.
Yeah. Me too. Me too.
I played the Benoni, before the computer. And there was guys like Eula Sachs. He was crushing with the Benoni all the time. Fantastic, crazy games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is really fun for me too because I played this move order knight f3, d5, c4 a bunch.
Mm-hmm.
And right, the computer doesn't like white's position after d4. I was always experimenting with g3 there. This b4 move is real interesting. After b4, black can do a gazillion different things.
Mm-hmm.
Can we just say something obvious? Dude, no e4. He was like, oh, the French shut me down. Of all the things, it's not like some Berlin is waiting for you there, my friend.
Right.
No.
Yeah. It's no longer the Berlin or the Petrov.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, I got a good coffee going on this morning.
Nice. Your camera's off, right?
Oh, excuse me.
No, it's fine. I mean, you can, whenever you're feeling pretty, you can turn it on.
Whenever I'm feeling pretty.
I know how it is to roll out of bed.
There we go. Oh, guys like me and you, buddy, we don't care.
That's right. Hi, Emma. How are you enjoying the match? We're loving it. We're loving it. Your big brother's been watching every single day. Hey,
Well,
Mahim.
David,
Greetings.
let's talk about this position. So, and let's say a couple obvious things. White has like a couple dream setups that they'd like to achieve, and then I think it's a question of like whether black can stop those setups from happening.
Okay, what's the dream?
If we achieve D3, G3, Bishop G2, castles.
That seems pretty achievable, Jesse. That's all on your side of the board. You should be safe to do it.
Well, but black is going to poke at us.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, for example, just off the top of my head, one quick thing for black to look at is going to be like A5 and then knight D7 to C5.
Mm-hmm.
And then how much of a bummer is that? So I think that's one of the things he's calculating now. Because white, if they fear that kind of thing, might want to do something proactive, like either the nasty bishop E2 castles.
Oh, no.
Or knight D2 first. There might
be
a
knight D2 is not too nasty. First. I could countenance that. Well,
Anyways, I think it's obvious that if we achieve that whole thing I just said, D3, G3, bishop G2, and there's not much for black to do after that, then white's gonna just be killing.
well, we're gonna achieve that, dog. Trust me,
Well,
we're gonna achieve it.
okay, you're
Mm-hmm.
confident. I
Lo van a lograr, amigo. Lo van a lograr.
what the hell does that mean?
That means we're going to achieve it in Spanish. It's a word I
Oh.
learned last year.
Uh-huh.
Lograr, to achieve something.
Hmm.
I was pumped to achieve learning that word, so you gave me a chance to use it. Okay, so Jesse, I also would love to play G4, G5. Absolutely heinous, but
I
I just
knew it
love
too.
kicking. I just
God damn
love
it.
kicking
I
this
was
knight.
I was like, Bruce is gonna want to do that nasty G4
I know
move.
it's so nasty. So first of all, folks, when we've got this uncontested light squared bishop, we should be trying to cover our dark squares with the pawn on G3 around it, right? So G4 weakening F4 and H4 is just super, super nasty. Super, super nasty. But I can't help wanting to kick that knight somewhere nasty. Um, the other thing I'd like to do is play like G3, E5, Bishop G2, super fast. And the problem is that after Queen C4, my bishop's hanging. Um, can I leave my bishop hanging and play Queen B7? Huh? D3 has been played by Gukesh. Very, very sane move.
Yeah.
Um, maybe I could have gotten away with Queen B7. You know, he plays D3 and Ding, instant pokes,
Instant poke.
instantly pokes. Ay 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 ay.
Okay, so one thing we want to say is there's a bit of pattern that this game is following. That dude will tank way too long, as
Mm-hmm.
in way too long
Right.
in the opening phase, and then play fairly good moves coming soon on that.
Yep.
And this is exactly what if I was going to be white, this was exactly what my concern is that this knight coming to C5
Yeah.
poke at us.
Oof. Bam.
Now, to be fair, I still believe in white, so maybe our variation could go like G3, knight C5, knight D2, and then it's just a question of can black organize something.
By the way, folks, Jesse is taking time out from development because Knight B3. We got a real weak spot there. And just losing material. So he's playing Knight D2. And what if Ding even plays like Queen E5 check then, right, Jesse?
Yeah, I don't believe in that, but it's a thought.
You would play Queen E2, King E2 to keep the bishop going in the right direction, or what?
Well, first of all, let's just say in this position G3,
Mm-hmm.
knight C5,
Mm-hmm.
knight D2.
Yeah, that's where I was
In
at.
that position,
That's
if
where I
you're gonna
played
play
Queen E5.
right, exactly.
Yeah.
And there you cannot play Queen E2 because of knight takes D3.
Oh yeah, I can't. Not at all.
However, the Queen
Gasp.
E5 is definitely a kind of crime, and my king is actually not completely dumb on a square like D1.
Ah! King on D1. All right. So you get Bishop G2, you get Rook E1. Ah, yeah. That knight on C5 is good. You know, he played B5 very quickly, Jesse.
Mm-hmm.
Did the old Gookster here. I would have also, if I weren't in prep, you know, I would have also considered G3, A takes B4, Bishop G2.
So
That's not going to
let's
horrify you like some of my other moves.
yeah. Let's just say what's interesting about this position, and this is we can be very thankful we're not looking at it with the computer,
Mm-hmm.
um, that optically it looks great for white, but black is up a piece on the dark squares, and there's Therefore, there's going to
Mm-hmm.
be no way to crack the C5 blockade.
Right.
So Black will achieve E5 and knight C5. And maybe we have to worry about this queen E5 thing. We could talk about that in a second.
Yeah.
But because Black can achieve that, we still have, of course, the light squares are amazing, like the square D5, for example. We're going to talk to that square later.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so we still have everything, like the aesthetics of it. But when you just think about that position with the knight coming to C5, he's dancing on us a little bit over there.
Sure, that knight holds b7, and then what are we doing with our light squares, right? That knight's
Right.
amazing.
And then I think eventually, you can even play like rook b8 or something if you want, and then move the knight, because then the knight can start dreaming about going to a4,
Mm-hmm.
and the other knight going to c5.
Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. I don't like this b5 move, honestly. Like losing control of the opposite color of squares.
Well, what did you want him to do? No, I thought b5 was the thing to do.
Okay. I mean, I suggested one alternative of g3 after a5,
And then
g3,
and then sack it or
and then
something.
ab bishop g2.
But then just knight c6, and what are you doing?
Castling.
Okay, but he's gonna, I don't know, he's gonna play e6 or e5, and he's got you're down a coconut, and it's
Yeah.
not going anywhere.
Okay.
Like he never takes.
Right. So to you, that's bad.
Hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, really interesting position.
Huh.
I really want to believe in it for white, but I'm just keep coming back to the knight on c5 messing with me.
Yeah. Do you have any guess for the eval right now?
Oh yeah, let's do an eval. Ah, I, you know, well, okay, here's a thing. It's really interesting. If I was just watching two super GMs play,
Mm-hmm.
I would want to say on a practical level that white has a massive advantage due to the clock. I mean, massive. Okay.
Mm.
But we've seen this before. So that part of my practical evaluation, I don't know. You're asking about the objective evaluation,
Yeah.
really, to me, dynamically equal.
Okay.
Yeah, let's get out our thing.
I'll put you in at 0.
But also, we got to say, like, from an opening perspective, still exactly what Gukesh's team would want, right? Like, this time pressure is even more significant than any of the other ones Ding has had.
None of the other ones were significant, in my opinion.
Oh, they were. Oh, no, dude. No, no, no. Watch my recaps. We got the Dojo time graph, dude. I've been putting that up on the screen. It's been horrifying, dude.
Mm-hmm.
That dude from Scream comes up every time, and he's like, "Wow." Mm. Okay, so while I'm getting that set up, I think, David, it's important to say that a question for our friend here, Gukesh, is: do we want to take time out for G3 and Bishop G2? We really do, but we do have to contend with both. It's a tempo loss and the fact that Queen E5 does touch our coconuts, perhaps. Does maybe touch our coconuts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, folks, we've updated our Dojo Sensei eval. And it's showing very close to equality right now. Jesse at 0, me at 0.1 for an average of 0.05. You can probably just barely see our eval bar if you really, really squint at it hard. So yeah, this knight on c5 looking like an absolute beast. And bishop pair for white, of course. The queenside space is pretty useless once the black pieces are dancing around it, so that's not really a factor. Black eventually has a pawn majority in the center, but it's going to be pretty hard for black to play e4, so that's not going to be crushing. So yeah, that's the early situation here. Is the white knight going to head to b3? They could dream of trying to trade that knight on c5. Black has a second knight that can then replace it, right? If we get a position like this one here that we had before, you could play rook b1, knight b3 as white, and black will easily play knight d7 and still get a knight on c5. So yeah.
So David, here's a couple questions for white. So let's say we start with knight d2. Let's start with knight d2. And then knight c5.
Okay.
Then the questions are, if I play g3, I have to contend with queen e5. I have to contend with queen e5 pretty much no matter what. So the queen e5 question is really looming over us in all of these positions. There's a lot of arguments to say that we should think about playing a4 ourselves at some point. So the point of that would be to stop both pawn a4 and knight a4 from black, and also to enable bishop a3. And if you imagine our knight going to d2 and having to like be the bodyguard of the b3 square, then for development's sake, as well as fighting for c5, I might want to play bishop a3. However, you know, that bishop, okay, so here's, actually, I got a good way of putting it. Our good bishop is really the one on c1 because our pawns are on the light squares, but it doesn't have a natural home at the moment.
Yeah,
and
whereas the other bishop has a very natural home on g2.
Right, exactly. So a key problem for white is what do I do with my good bishop? And that's the bishop that, of course, could fight for the dark squares. But even if you imagine that some kind of thing with a4, bishop a3, you're not really talking to that coconut. Like if you took it, then you'd really lose all your dark squares.
Yeah,
right?
You're never taking here. Black's got two minor pieces to replace it.
Yeah.
And your dark squares would be completely thrashed.
Yeah. Okay, David. So let's do we got to ask the first natural question. Let's start from the top and we'll go knight d2, knight c5, g3. And we're just going to ask ourselves, how afraid are we of queen e5 check? So let's throw queen e5 check in there. And then we either have to play, queen e2 or bishop e2. Excuse me, or king d1 or bishop e2.
Yeah.
Now, the queen on e5 is incredibly misplaced. So, sure. David, bishop e2 is not dumb because then I could consider king f1, g2.
Why wouldn't you just castle then?
Yeah, excuse me. I'll just... Eventually, my king is going to go to g2, though.
I mean, if you're going to misplace the bishop, it should at least be the castle.
Yeah. Another thing is, we could say, David, that arguably the queen has to go to e2 anyway. So instead
of g3, you could prepay your tempo
with queen e2. Yeah. And this is losing a lot of time. Oh, but yeah, let's see. How is it going to go? Knight e2, queen e2. Looks nasty, but we have right. Well, remember what you said? You were like, of course I'm going to achieve my dream. I was like, I don't know, buddy. I don't know.
Yeah, but see, I would have not played b5. I wouldn't have given him the tempo, probably.
Yeah, no.
You would have just given my pawn and achieved my dream of where I want to put my pieces.
No. If you don't give him, if you don't play b5, you've lost your whole juggernaut over there. So in this position, queen e2, you might have to deal. I don't believe in e5, e4 for black, but it seems like we've stabilized this thing. Also there with queen e2, you're inviting a knight a4, c3 situation. You know, you're just inviting it.
Just real quick, knight a4, huh? Yeah. I think Dossie, the king, could potentially go to c2. The queen side is pretty blocked with white controlling the light squares and black the dark squares. So, yeah, potentially the king could come there and not necessarily get attacked.
Another thing, David, I just to show that there's a lot of things to think about here. Another setup white could do right now is play queen d1, followed by bishop e2 and castle short.
Queen d1. Then bishop e2 and castle. Yeah.
That way we're also controlling the a4 square.
And b3. So we're covering
and
those
b3,
knight hops.
right.
Yeah.
And that gives me a little bit more flexibility, like how I'm going to set my coconuts up.
Are the senseis sure white might be better? Jesse says it's equal. And I gave white 1/10 of a pawn. So there's nothing indicating that we're certain white's better.
And by the way, if you're coming from the computer, it would not surprise me if the computer said that black is better, because the computer hates the Benoni setups, hates it. It's like, oh man, don't let me do it. So, and I want to stress, if you had talked to me in pre-computer times, I'd just be like, oh, white has achieved b4. I got the bishop. I'm doing great, man. But I know, but I know it's not that easy. And I also said right away before a5 happened, we're going to lose the c5 square, and then the dark squares are a problem.
Could we have played bishop b2 way back here to defend the b4 square?
I mean, it looks very unnatural, but bishop b2. Okay, so e5.
So I defend the rook so that I'll be maybe able to withstand a5. e5 makes sense, defending the pawn. And then if I play d3, a5 comes.
Yeah. Boss, and you can see that you're not going to hold it because...
It's a dark square, I know.
The dark square, yeah.
What if I go c5 after e5?
You're just digging a hole deeper and deeper, my friend.
But hang on, I can develop the bishop in one move without any g3 stuff to b5 or c4.
But look at your bishop on b2. Just look at it, David. I'm just asking you to look at that thing, dude. You know, just look at that bishop on b2. Yeah, no bueno.
Well, at least I didn't let the knight come to c5.
And here's another interesting thing. Deep Spacebar says, it seems like that juicy c5 square more than compensates for the extra space. Now, whose space? Because black is the one who's going to have arguably the space, because black is going to be playing e5 at some point.
Yeah.
And then black is going to have L space.
Yeah.
Okay, David, but we have been avoiding it long enough. We now must contend with the queen e5 check. We got to force ourselves. It's early in the morning, but we got to force ourselves to do it, Bowers.
Yeah, that's fine. We played king d1.
No, I'm saying so knight d2. I think we should look at knight d2, knight c5, g3, queen e5.
Yeah.
And then like king d1. Do we want to do it? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, buddy.
Yeah.
All So let's just stress that this is the bummer that Gukesh is thinking about.
Mm-hmm.
This is the prime bummer. And
Prime
if
bummer.
black were forced to like just roll out e5 to take away this option, then we would just feel so much better.
He's
It's
drinking
not like
water. He's working hard.
yeah, Queen e5 check, King d1. It makes anybody nervous.
Mm-hmm.
David's hope, though, and maybe this isn't ridiculous, is to say, hey, buddy, you can maybe even get your knight to c3, but my king is going to be very safe on c2 precisely because it is a dark square. And you know Puedo talk to the light squares,
Mm-hmm.
you know. Yeah. See, I know some Spanish too, bro.
Mm-hmm. No puedo. No puedo.
So this is a fascinating thing that's very hard to evaluate. In principle, I think this is okay for white because the queen on e5 is so misplaced. But it rightfully scares anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And people saying, how can white allow the c5 outpost? When you play a Benoni structure, that's often part of the game. And
Mm-hmm.
white has achieved the pawn on b5, who, trust me, is no chump. That guy, he's got dreams of
So black, I
conquering.
think, would just play queen c7 right back after this, more or
Mm-hmm.
less. You'd go bishop g2. Black would go e5. Rook e1. Bishop d6.
And you know what's funny in that bishop b6 position, David? I could do a variety of different things, but I think king e2 to f1 comes to mind.
Yeah, why not? Castles and king f1. And that's like the most basic of positions for this uh, position that they already have, right? Something like this. Black's pieces seem really free, Jesse. Bishop on
Right,
c1.
this
I don't know.
position
Where's white moving anything?
and my bishop on c1, boss. No one knows. I mean, the obvious plan though from here, David, would be a4 and then bishop a3.
Right, but Black's like dreaming of trading those pieces, right? I mean, a4. I don't know. We go rook e8. Oh, it's not even white's move yet. So we get something like this.
Okay, but let me defend white's honor a little bit here. So let's go back a couple paces.
Yeah.
So queen e5 check, king d1, queen c7, bishop g2, e5.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's just slow it down for a sec. How about I play a4?
Okay, let's say bishop d6.
Fair enough. Right, and I'm gonna make a little threat, bishop a3.
Okay. So b7 is hanging, folks. Like Lauren, I would love nothing more than to play knight e6 and trade the dark squared bishops. But I'm not allowed to hang b7 here. So let's play knight fd7 for black, the next most obvious move.
By the way, boss, let me just point out that knight takes a4 is actually illegal. I don't know if it's the right move,
Knight a4, queen b7.
but then knight c3 check.
King c2. Cozy king, happy life.
Okay, so we're not threatening yet. All right, so we'll do knight fd7.
Yep.
Now, a bummer for white is that knight e4 is not quite what we want because then knight takes e4. And what I would really like is I want to trade off both knights, right? I don't want to trade off Oh, I have a way to do it actually. So now I'll play bishop takes c5
Instead of knight e4 or what?
instead of knight e4. Yeah,
Okay, bishop c5. Black brings the knight.
and then
Defending
now
b7 forced.
knight e4.
Now knight e4. Okay, so you're going for the pure opposite colored bishops.
Yeah.
That looks pretty playable for white. Yeah.
If my king weren't in Hoseville,
Yeah.
we could maybe say this is pretty good for white.
Yeah, you would say you were better here if you could just
But
castle
if he
kingside.
just like plays trades my knight and even plays the abject rook b8,
Yeah.
it's you still got to believe in black there because the king is hosed.
Right. But so Jesse play rook e1 again after rook b8, right? Castle for black, and then the king march once more.
Uh-huh. But I'm just
King
saying I
e2.
don't think there's any reason to think that white's got something there.
Okay. So they'll march the king over to the king side, and black will equalize anyway?
Black was arguably better because in those tempi I'm going to play f5 at some point very soon.
Mm-hmm. And then white gets the d5 square. Should be
Yeah, you're going to get the d5 square.
playable.
Okay, but that position, like, if anybody's better, it's black.
Really? Okay.
Okay, so this queen e5 is turning out to be a pain in the you know what.
Yep.
Let me try. Okay, instead
I
of
mean, it's the
king,
knight on c5 is a pain in the you-know-what. That's, like, dominating the whole situation.
okay, hold on. Let me try one more thing, David. So g3, queen e5, and now I'll go bishop e2. So the claim is, sure, my bishop is misplaced, but so is your queen.
Okay.
Actually, that kind of shows that the queen on e5 is really a chump.
Well, I'll just move her back.
Okay, but then you might as well not check if you're going to do that, right?
Why?
That might be White's way of saying, I don't care.
What do you play now?
Well, castle, thank you very much.
Okay.
And then I'm
e5.
still going to play like rook e1, bishop f1, so it's going to be a position we both lost to tempi. Well, that's no big deal.
Okay. So now you achieved the main position you wanted for white.
Right, and then I'm questioning. Okay, so I think I've dispelled the ghost of queen e5, at least for myself. I'm like, okay, I can deal with this queen e5 jerk face thing. Okay, so that's very good psychologically if I don't have to deal with that. Another setup I just want to put out there is there's a lot of times when you're playing against the Benoni that if you have a bishop on g2, in this case it would be g7, so black could consider g6, bishop g7, that you then achieve knight a4, c3, and it's a real jerk face, man. Real jerk face. So I don't know how black achieves that, but I just wanted to put that out there as like a dream of black's. Because the default thing we've been doing for black is just, to play e5 and bishop's d6 or something, which is probably fine. But just to put that in, there's that little dream, because now that knight on c5, he's proud. He's a very proud knight, but he might even want to be prouder. Yeah. I think, David,
Yeah.
this is going to be a little weird. I'm going to go to negative point 0.2. And
Negative point two. Yikes.
that just because I think there's no reason for black to fear, and
Okay.
I'm not seeing a way for white to successfully challenge black.
Yeah. I feel very stymied as white, so I've also reduced my evaluation to a pure 0.
Mhm. And maybe, even on this move here, we're all kind of both thinking that knight d2 is necessary, but oh my gosh, my bishop is not getting out, dude. You know, my bishop on c1.
Yeah.
Actually, David, I'll tell you what, let me just show you what I think a normal GM would play if they were just like, okay, maybe my position isn't that special.
Mm-hmm.
So if we imagine knight d2, knight c5,
Yeah.
g3, e5, bishop g2.
Sorry. I got lost in my.
Yeah,
Okay, G3,
yeah,
E5.
e5, yeah.
Okay, just a basic move. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is just the basic variation here.
Yeah.
So bishop g2, bishop d6, castles. And now I think a4. Oh, what, black castles too, sorry.
Okay.
And a4. And then at this point, white says to themselves, look, I'm going to play bishop a3. You're going to play knight fd7.
Mm-hmm.
You need to think strongly about whenever you probably got to at least be careful playing f5, because then queen, I do get the d5 square. And I'm going to hope for achieving knight b. I don't know, man. No, even this one's better for black. I was thinking to myself, I was like, as white, maybe I get this position. We could see this position too, by the way. This is one of the key, like if people were playing, GMs were playing blitz, I think this is the position that just appears on the board.
Yeah, super likely. You can even get it by transposition with queen e5, queen c7, and bishop f1 to e2 thrown in.
And there's like no easy breaks for white. Very hard to know what the white plan is. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, to me, there's just no plan for white, period. After b5,
But okay,
after
let's.
b5, there's just no, we've got no control of any
But
dark
David,
square.
okay, so after a4, you would play like knight fd7.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Look, our
let's go.
pawn majority is disabled, right? So what do we have?
Okay, so bishop a3.
Okay. Rook
And here,
a.
actually, on bishop a3 is a big question of whether black wants to go for it with f5 or not.
I don't particularly have my hopes set on that. I will just play rook a to dog 8.
Okay, I have some ideas if we want to come back to f5. So rook a to d8. And now, one bummer for me is I would like, okay, no, it's not a bummer. I take on c5.
Mm-hmm.
Knight takes c5.
Yeah.
Knight e4.
Yeah.
And let's just put this position on the board. So I think like you could play b6 or rook d7. You could do all kinds of things, but the knights are coming off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In that position, I guess I'm going to say that position is maybe mildly better for black. There's a lot of questions for black, though. Could black, get fancy in some way? And if we can trade off our bishop for their knight somehow, then that's a good thing. And in fact, if you imagine the bishop being on e7 in this position, go back just a second, Dave. So the position after 1894, if you just imagine the bishop being on e7 instead of d6, which honestly, it's not clear that the bishop needs to go to d6, right?
Right.
If you imagine that, then black would play here knight d7 to say, no trade for you, buddy. You never get my knight. And then I have the ambition of kicking your knight and coming back to c5.
All right, I can put that on the board pretty easily, actually. Let me do that. Bishop e7. A castle for both sides. We'll play this a4 move. I'll move my rook to e8 or something. Bishop a3. Knight d7. Takes. Knight e4. Right? This is more or less the same thing. Bishop on e7 instead of d6. So here the knight can retreat with dreams of trying to roll white with f5. The reason that wasn't possible in the other line, folks, is because after knight e4, if black retreated with knight e6 or d7 or something, white could trade and grab the pawn on b7. Even there, white probably couldn't win.
Oh, no, come
against
on.
the knight on c5.
That's some big pawns, buddy. That's some big pawns. Come on. Don't do that to us. Yeah. Okay, but at least that would be, not what black wants. Oh, we're getting an epic thing from Gukesh now.
Yeah.
Now, one thing I admire about, I think, actually, David, I was thinking about it this morning. Let me just take your pulse on this. So, throughout the ages, there's been like this kind of semantic dumb debate, like where Fisher says things like, I don't believe in psychology, I just believe in good moves. But then you step back and you're like, Fisher, bro, your psychology is a wreck. You're obviously done psychologically, bro. I don't think you're in the place to talk about it like that, right?
I mean, his opponents were pretty wrecked psychologically too.
Yeah. So anyways, like this match, dude, like Ding is, it's one of the cases, it's the most obvious match in world history to me, where somebody has a real psychological hang-up and it's just so apparent. And with Gukesh, I don't know if I'm going to call it psychological, but what's interesting, where he's just different than other players, is he doesn't mind being worse, right? So like maybe we're sitting here and we might decide like that black is better in some of these positions. I don't know if he cares that much, I don't know if he cares. And it's interesting because when you think about this position now on move 11, I think people like me and you would be like, well, we got these conventional plans and stuff, but he's thinking some crazy stuff, dude. And
I mean, I would have thought of crazy stuff too before playing b5, as you know, right? Like I would have looked really hard for some way not to get into this situation here, actually.
But David, I just want to continue to stress, Moss. When you play the b4 thing over here, okay, you're gonna get popped with a5. It's just part of the deal, okay? And I know it's like this continuing source of anger for you, but Moss, you're gonna lose that square, dude. You're gonna lose it. Yeah. In any case, I know he has considered the move g4. I really hope he doesn't do it, but I know that's the kind of garbage that he is thinking of. And I mean, actually, yeah, when you think about the way he declined the repetitions, it was like the reverse kink that Ding had and has. Um, and is that psychological or is that gamesmanship? I don't know, but he is thinking of weird stuff right now, which there's a kind of a wish character to it, you know. Also, David, let me say this. A lot of these lines that we're looking at, we're coming out in some situation like a late middle game where black has a little bit more space, a little bit better. But that would again be a position where Ding would have to grind. It's not gonna, it wouldn't just be like some walk in the park thing with the opposite color bishops and stuff. It would be really intense and you'd take a lot of energy.
Mm-hmm.
But it'd also be the kind of position if you just want to make a draw, it's there for you. It's that won't be that hard.
Mm-hmm.
David,
Yeah.
they made a clip of us yesterday, and I was talking about the whole thing when right before Ding played knight c4, and you were like, he's not going to do knight c4. He wouldn't do that.
Oh yeah.
No way.
Oh.
And then he did it. It was just like the face of disgust that you had.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay, so one other thing. We just want to throw out ideas that Gukesh is thinking about. Is that in this position, if you played queen d1 and bishop e2, you would hold in your pocket the ability to play f4. Now, should you play f4 later? Maybe. It's at least an idea. And let's say the obvious, white wants to open the position for the bishops. And part of our problem so far has been that we haven't been able to get anything going to open up the board. Also, we haven't been able to find squares for our bishop on c1.
Yeah.
So part of the problem with the natural knight d2 here
Yeah.
is that we don't have a future prospect for what should be our good bishop
Yeah.
on c1.
Let me point out something about the bishop that I calculated a while back. Like in the
Okay.
live position where we were playing knight d2 in most of our lines.
Yeah.
Let's say instead you played bishop g5 first, trying to develop
Okay.
that guy, right? To then put the
Mhm.
knight on d2. The move occurred to me.
Yeah.
You could think for 40 minutes and then just, I don't know, blunder this move.
Uh-huh.
Queen e5,
Queen e5, but don't do it.
and then I said, oh my God, what am I doing with this bishop on c1? So,
That's the kind of thing, by the way, that when people take a really long think,
mm-hmm.
that's often the kind of blunder that they end up coming with
Yeah.
because they're just like they've done all this positional yada yada,
Yep.
and then they don't even consider the obvious
A lot
queen.
of the lines we looked at had basically no tactics in them, right, Jesse? Like,
Right.
we're just maneuvering the pieces. Like, if you want to trade on c5, you can. Nobody's like stopping you from making a trade, right? It's just you're just evaluating the positions, and then you're like, let me just get my piece out, and you just hang it. Oh. But okay, this suggests maybe one other possibility, Jesse. What if we gave black a whole tempo with bishop f4?
I don't like it, but okay.
Yeah, e5, bishop g5.
Oh, I thought you were going to play bishop g3, maybe.
Nope. So I two-step. I lost a tempo to e5, but I got my piece out before knight d2, right? That could be worth a couple tempi. And I will perhaps play g3, bishop g2 without being molested by queen e5.
Yeah, I'm not thrilled. I would say, David, if we were going to do it, then bishop f4, e5, bishop h. I don't like it either.
Bishop h2?
I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Okay. Eli says that at a minimum, this variation I came up with is better than the straight up bishop g5.
Actually, it was one thing I remember it made a really big impression on me. Nick DeFermian played the Benoni forever.
Yeah.
And he once said, like, if you lost that bishop, what is your good bishop,
Mm-hmm.
that you were positionally hosed. And that stuck with me. And it's interesting because I think a lot of people, when they think of the good bishop and the Benoni, they're like, oh, it's the light square bishop.
Mm-hmm.
And we've seen some variations where he's looking good on that diagonal. But truly, the good bishop is the bishop on c1. But the one reason you don't think of him as the good bishop is he doesn't have a natural home, you know.
He doesn't have
Uh,
any home. In the Benoni, you've got this d2 square, and you want both your knights and your bishop on it. So me playing the Benoni, Jesse, I've always been happy to play bishop g5 and just get rid of it. Just have a little more space. I think the idea of putting the bishop on g3, Eric, I mean, one thing it does is it keeps you from fianchettoing the bishop on f1 if you put the bishop on g3. Putting the bishop on h2, you could maybe still play g3, but then your bishop on h2 is pretty bad. You could play g4, which Jesse's going to hate. But maybe the bishop h2, g4, bishop g2 might have some kind of spice to it. But I think this is more natural, just putting the bishop on g5 and being prepared to trade it, despite what Nick DeFermian said. This is a Benoni where white's the one playing the Benoni, not black.
Now, one fanciful idea that I don't believe in, but I just want to throw it out there, is for white now to play rook a2 to e2. And one reason I'm putting it out there is a bummer we're having is that knight c5 to knight b3 is the thing that's touching our coconuts. And so fixing the rook would be like, well, I'm dealing with that weird problem.
Mm-hmm. I feel like this bishop f4 g5 is pretty okay, Jesse.
I don't like it at all, dude. At all. But I understand.
I mean, I got my piece out. You were going to play a4, bishop a3 just to trade the dude.
Mm.
Nah, I think I'm doing okay here. I think this could be a way to hang on to equality for white. I know it doesn't thrill you, but I think we agree that there's a little here that will thrill you. Or me. Or any Indian fans of chess.
Huh. Oh my God, he's losing all of his time advantage. This one, I don't know. It's been, I don't know, 30 minutes or something.
He probably, no, I think it's been 50, oh no, 43 minutes or so, right? 40, 43? But I think he spent like half the time regretting playing b5, Jesse. Like
Boss, he had to play b5.
thinking like, man, I should have thought for a bit longer before playing b5.
So one thing, okay, this is a little obvious, but I just want to say that when this is obviously an intuitive position and he is obviously, just cranking on the clock here.
Yeah.
And so this breaks all of the traditional rules.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
also,
it also, David,
shows that at a high level, the chess is on the board. It's not on the clock. People have just been playing like pragmatic surface level moves quickly in classical chess lately, just to, be like, oh, my clock's good. And Gukesh and Ding are like, no, actually matters about your position.
Well, also like Ding he's made it look good because he has been able to play very high level moves in time pressure.
Right.
Later.
Yeah.
Like the calculation moves he was able to do very quickly. And he never blundered, or so far he hasn't done any hectic blunder.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll get back to this structure pretty soon, Jesse. Let me just spar with you
Hmm.
not playing b5, okay?
Oh God. Okay.
Bishop
So
b2 on move 9 instead of d3.
okay.
And then after e5, c5. Bear in mind, I've played a lot of Benoni's myself, okay? So I'm allowed to have an opinion about how I want to set up my queenside structure.
All right, boss. I'm just gonna play natural moves for a second. So
Yeah.
bishop e7.
Bishop e7. Fair enough. I've got my big choice here.
And while he's thinking, we're gonna say the bishop on b2 is so upset at this position. So upset. Ooh, and he lost the d5 square too. So that later my knight's gonna come a hopping through there. But first we're just gonna castle.
Mm-hmm. You're so happy. You're so happy to castle.
Well, also just now to be up in time, your knight on b1's got to figure. You got all kinds of
All
pieces.
right. I give the check.
Okay. So now he checked just for the sake of development, though his knight bishop doesn't belong there. So probably I could go knight bd7, but let's go knight c6.
Okay, I castle.
All right, we will also castle.
D3.
Okay. Now black has a choice between rook a8 and knight d5 and
And
a5.
A5.
Yeah. I think a5. Well, I'll tell you what, I like black's position after rook a8, but let's just show a5 because that's the very basic question that David would have to answer.
Okay. Knight D2.
All right, AB.
Takes C6.
Oh God, he did it. Pawn takes.
AB.
And then the very simple knight d4. You want to do some. So black is clearly better because your bishop is host.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, I'm going to play knight d5, and I can, if what David's hoping for is I'll go knight d5 immediately, so he has a b5 trick. But we're just going to keep life simple probably and play like rook ab8.
Yeah, good move, Jesse. Yeah.
And we'll just point out the horror of bishop on b2, the absolute horror.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's rough.
Oh, he's tanking here, knight bd7. Tanking.
Yeah. Okay, that didn't work out.
Oh, it's hard. I usually I like to play guess the move, but I don't really know. There's nothing satisfying for white that I found.
Okay, Jesse. I'm going to go back one more move
Hmm.
to move 9. Instead of playing bishop b2, e5,
Yeah.
I'm going to play c5 even with my bishop dangling on c1.
Okay.
So I'll play it one move sooner.
Okay. So if I played a5, boss, what's your intention? You can do something crazy.
Ay, ay, ay.
I mean, e5 is also a question. I just don't know what you're doing. By the way, whenever this c5 move happens, then well, there's a lot of griefs to it, but one of the mini griefs is that you surrender the d5 square so that later my knight will hop through there. It's also loose tempo.
Guess I have to go bishop b2 anyway, huh?
Yeah, you don't want to be doing that, but
It's not going to be much different, is it?
I just want to lament for a second
Ay,
that,
ay, ay.
like, the Benoni dude, it was a beautiful thing. It was a beautiful thing. And then it just turned out, oh.
Then it turned out it wasn't any good, right? That was the only problem with it.
And actually, I think I want to give Ding massive props. So just if we just think about what he did something that I think at first, like when I just woke up and saw it, I was like, oh, that's not that good. And that was to go ahead and deliberately trade off the light square bishop. And I think what
Right.
he's seeing when this goes down is that he is going to be playing that a5 move. I think he sees it right then. And right, so he like tanked forever, figured out his plan. It's a pretty deep plan because normally you would say, "Oh, the lights unopposed light square bishop, that guy's amazing, yada yada." But as we've seen, the light square bishop can't fight for the important square, right? I mean, there's more than one, but that c5 square is really the main dog.
Yeah, that's the square.
And we are gonna, unless this peters out, and it honestly, it could peter, but this is gonna go well. If this was a normal game with normal players, we could expect hectic time pressure, and we haven't seen it yet. Normally I'm very good at predicting time pressure, but it hasn't actually happened that we had like to move 40 where somebody had 5 seconds left or something. I think black, for example, will be able to make the next couple moves, let's say the next 3 to 5 moves quickly. Unless white does something really weird, black has just got a very simple setup that they're going to play for.
He's still thinking, huh? Time's equalized.
Oh, but people are noticing that Ding lost on time, but that was when position was already completely gone. And he
Yeah,
was
that was because he lost on the board. It wasn't because of
yeah,
his time management.
right. And yeah.
Yeah, that was the only time. All right, Jesse, I've cooked something up. After c5, a5, I will play
Oh God.
bishop b5 check.
Oh, what have we done?
You'll play knight c6, I'm guessing, again.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
And I will castle.
All right. I'm just gonna play normal chess, e5. Oh wait, I don't know. Actually, David, just to humor us, because I don't
Yeah.
know what you're doing. If I play AB,
Okay. Okay, AB. I play bishop to b2.
right, E5.
e5. If you took on a3, I would have taken on d4 and said my bishop was alive, right?
Okay.
Okay, now I play AB. My point is you don't have rook b8 in this move order, so I don't get hosed as bad.
Yeah, but look, when I send your bishop to A1, it's even got less prospects of life.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's this clearly worse for you. But
So
after
we
bishop
take on
E7.
a1, you go bishop e7. I'm going to play queen b3 before playing d3 to defend my
You,
structure.
you really thought this out?
I did, Jesse. I
Castle.
went really deep. I planned this queen b3 move.
Uh-huh. No, but David, this is just clearly worse, but your bishop on A1 is the worst imaginable.
But I've got a good pawn majority this way.
Okay, class, just take this as a testament to how much David dislikes the move that Gukesh really was kind of forced to play, which was 10b5.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't accept it, right? It's like every fiber of my being rebels against getting blockaded like that.
But David, like, okay, we've both played the Benoni. We've had this kind of thing happen to us before. It's not the end of the world. Maybe we are a little worse. So what? So what?
Yeah, normally in the Benoni I'm like losing, so I've set my expectations lower. Here he had white, and his opponent was thinking as if he had a good position, so.
All right, David, let me try. Okay? Let me try. So knight bd7, let me try white, and I'm going to play queen d1.
All right, knight bd7, queen d1. We've had that before.
Yeah, so you can go e5 or knight c5. It might be the same thing.
Let's play e5, right?
So bishop e2.
Yep. Knight c5.
Now okay, I'm just going to castle now. Now, maybe I'm threatening f4, but you're probably going to play bishop b6 anyway.
I'm going to play bishop d6, yeah. And I'm very suspicious of f4, but I understand if I were playing white and you were playing black, I'd be trying f4, so.
All right, so I'm going to play a4 myself.
A?
A4, yeah.
Okay. I will castle. Woo!
Okay.
It looks like some people in chat are getting really uncomfortable about Gukesh's time use. They're just starting to lose it. People are just losing it. And you say the players are under pressure. Just the fans are losing their minds here. Well, it's true, Xasi. It's true, Depending on which side of the board you're on, When I'm white, I'm like, I gotta try f4. I gotta bust him up somehow. When I'm black, I'm like, please play f4. I'm licking my lips. Like, just
David,
open up your kingside dark squares to me.
Let me try another plan, actually. So not a4. I think that might be something we could see. We do have moves. G3, knight c5 was played. Anyway,
G3
so I had
crossed 60 minutes, Jesse. 60 minutes and 17 seconds. And Ding just wrote down the move and then played knight c5.
The only time I've ever seen somebody cross the 60-minute barrier was when Albert Chow got stoned and then sat at the board before making a first move for an hour.
What? Can you get forfeited OTB? Like, can
No,
your opponent
he was
say that
sitting
you're
there.
not really there?
He was sitting there. He claimed after the game, too, he was really thinking about, like, trying to remember all the different ways I had played and yada, yada.
This was against you?
Yeah.
You could have argued a forfeit and said he's not really there. Wow.
Oh, my God. So long to play G3. And now he's tanking again. Oh, no.
Yeah, how did you do against Albert Chow? Did the time play a role in the game?
Oh, yeah. Time is important for mortals.
Yeah.
For mortals, time is very important, my friend.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so now we're saying that knight b3 is a hell of a drug. So unless you go queen d1, you're going to go knight d2. Or you're going to play don't play rook a2, buddy.
I think you could play rook a2 or bishop f4 again.
Bishop f4 makes no sense here, though, David, because after e5, bishop g5, you don't get to touch my coconut. I just go knight fd7.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, that looks a little bit less good than when I suggested it. Yeah. All right, Gukesh. Knight c5 was super obvious. Super obvious. Steve Nash says that he's away from the board.
Yeah, after a 60-minute think, you're going to need to go to the potty.
Not me.
Those are just part of the biological rules of the game, dude.
But, I mean, Ding played knight c5 faster than he could have walked away from the board.
Yeah, but you might after 60 minutes. I know you guys, you don't know this about David, but this man can hold his pee. He held his pee for an entire flight across Asia once, dude, for like 24 hours.
Yeah.
Before they had raw dogging, David created the original raw dog. And then the rest of us, dude, we got to go take a pee after 60 minutes, dude.
Yeah. No, I pee when I get up in the morning, and then I'm good. That's it. And I guess if you're just on a plane, it's always still the same day.
All right, Dad. I was about to say Daddy's got to go get himself another coffee, but we don't talk that way. I think he's got to play knight d2, and I think we're going to see some of the conventional positions. Hubskirt says we're going to see rook a2. If you were going to play rook a2, it was we're going to hope you thought about it in that 60-minute thing.
Yeah,
Let me just look at the stream. Yeah, he's still away from the board. All right, I'll be right back.
Deep Space Bear tried to say, yeah, I really hate White's position. I don't know what the comp says. But from a human perspective, it feels hard to play. And Mubot tried to say, like, you can't say you really hate White. Tried to hold that back for racism. I guess, like, any chess player talking about white or black is in danger of racism in AI algorithms of moderating. Good morning, Giuliano. Basically, they just hit move 10. And they each tanked an hour or more on some early stuff here. White's got the bishop pair, but White's pawn majority on the queen side is wrecked by a blockading knight on the dark squares. White's got no way to ever win control over the c5 square. Thus, no real plan for the game, period. And these guys are so strong that, they look way far ahead, and they see whether or not they've got a plan. So, there is a certain plan for Gukesh that looks pretty plausible, where basically you trade one bishop on c5 and your opponent replaces it with the knight. Does that make sense? I'm going to do this without even making the moves, folks, so you can practice your sort of like strategic thinking, because strategic thinking is to not play move, move, move. It's to sort of just imagine contours of how the game could go. So can you imagine this bishop coming to a3, trading for a knight? Black's going to replace it with the other knight. Then you bring your knight to a square like e4, and you trade the second knight. And then you get a position with opposite colored bishops and no knights. Bishop on g2 versus a bishop on c5. And it'll be a very much full blockaded board. That's like the best idea we have to keep equality for Gukesh versus like actively getting in trouble as White, is to make those trades and get that opposite colored bishop position where nobody can do much. I think that's our current roadmap. I don't think it's going to be decided by a time trouble blunder particularly. I think, well, it depends what kind of position they get. But if they go for trading a couple pieces on c5 and getting pure opposite colored bishops, the game might end peacefully without any without any real blunders. Right. There's also the question, like, as long as Gukesh's position isn't too bad, will Ding even try to press? Because he's shown a willingness to agree to draws in previous... Wait, Gukesh just allowed knight to b3. Yes, Melt Like Butter, I do think white is playing for equality in the best case scenario because there's no plan to create an advantage for white anywhere on this board. We don't even have to play out moves anymore to talk about that. Your pawn majority is blockaded, so you can't expand your pawn majority. You can't do anything in the area of the board where you've got a pawn majority or a space advantage. They're both in the same place. You can't do anything. So then what would you do? A pawn break would be f4 against black's e5 pawn, and then you're just opening up your weak dark squares on the king side, where you have a pawn minority. So there's really just simply nothing for white to do. It's pretty
Hold on,
simple.
David. Dude, did you see what happened? He played bishop g2 like a madman.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
Holy crap, dude. That's, well, yeah, if you're going to play a move, you better think about this one.
Yeah,
Wow.
Lauren, so far that is the story of the game. Gukesh tried to surprise Ding, or did surprise Ding, right? We could leave out the trying. Gukesh surprised Ding with an interesting prep line. Ding found a slightly unusual line and plan, although Gukesh bishop g4 was on his radar because he instantly traded on d4 and played h3 and took the bishop pair. But then Gukesh got poked by this a5 move. Knight landed on c5, and he realized, like, I don't know what to do with this position. Now, Jesse, I don't know if you noticed this, but two people in chat, Asher and Lewis, were giving some very long variations allowing knight b3 and calculating this earlier in chat. And I played out one or two of their variations on the board at some point to show people. It goes knight b3, queen b7.
Okay, wait. Can we just let's do the first question first.
Yeah.
We're obviously going to have to calculate knight b3. But the first question has to be, what advantage do we get as white?
Right. So this is why I didn't get deep into your calculations, Asher and Lewis, is because essentially I think it's irrelevant if black just declines knight b3. Or mostly irrelevant, right?
There might be some point. I don't see it yet.
Well, the point could be there could be some line where you can develop the bishop from c1. That could be kind of the point.
Right. So you were delaying the knight on. So okay. The idea has to be that by delaying the knight going to d2, we retain some other options. So, for example, once I castle, then I don't have to worry about knight b3
because the bishop will be defended.
Because it'll be defended.
Right.
And in that case, then, I get a lot more flexibility by not having to commit the knight to d2. Okay.
By the way, against queen e5, the extra flexibility might be king f1 instead of d1. And then you walk your king to h2.
Okay, that's a thought. I was also thinking that queen e5, we also have king d1 protecting our bishop. We could just protect our bishop.
Well, now we don't need to protect the bishop because now we definitely have bishop f4 against knight b3, right?
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
As well as having, the strafing queen b7, bishop c6 check.
Okay, good. So actually, I want to say that Gukesh thinks forever, and it really bothers me, but he did have a ballsy idea, like full balls to the walls.
Yeah, by the way, Jesse, the knight b3 calculation is not trivial. I
don't think it is. I can optically, I can see that it's not trivial. So
I followed some of their sparring, and I put in a couple variations of my own here. But you can see, like, if we trade queens on b7, black has a choice between rook b8, rook a7, and rook d8.
And maybe queen e5 too. You got to worry about that.
Oh, I'm saying after trading on b7.
Yeah. But I'm saying on queen b7, he might even have queen e5. I don't know.
Oh, queen e5 there, and then king d1. And now you want to move the rook?
I don't know, dude. I just wanted
Yeah.
to say that that's how crazy this is, that that's something else you have to consider.
Yeah.
But let's look at your queen takes first. So
Okay.
queen takes, bishop takes.
Yeah. Okay, so they're saying after queen b7 that they started coming around to the move rook to a7 without trading the queen. Wow.
Okay,
Let,
but wait,
let me show
let's
something
take
more basic first, though.
yeah.
Queen b7, bishop b7, rook to b8, I think is the easiest one to see what white is up to. White gives a bishop check on c6.
Okay.
Whether you block with the knight or move the king makes basically no difference. After bishop f4, white tempos a rook and is just up the b pawn.
Okay, good. That's a good variation.
Right? So that is just like basico.
Mm-hmm.
Basico.
Basico.
All right. So
More of that Spanish you got going, David. So rook a7.
okay. So I haven't really looked at rook d8 yet, which
Rook
interestingly
d8's
just
also a hell of a drug.
says
Yeah.
like, who cares about a tempo on that bishop? Let me just put my rook where it's safe, right? But rook a7, the basic issue is going to be check, king d8, and then white can play b6.
And David, actually, before you played b6, let me also say that even in that position, if I played bishop b2, we could argue that I have full compensation. And actually, one of the things I want to say about that position that's really interesting, because that comes up in your rook d8 as well, is that I could just say to myself, all right, I'm going to give the dude a check. Or I could wait on the check too, but then I play bishop b2, and the position is very interesting and murky as contrasted to the other positions where I was feeling hosed.
Yeah. We've already got a move from Ding. That was pretty quick given how long the tank had been, and he is
Yeah, dude, he
not
was like,
interested in knight b3.
"You're not interested, buddy."
That
Ah,
was very like practical time usage.
he did spend 6 minutes. It's not, so it wasn't any. It was almost 7 minutes, so it wasn't just chump change.
Right. Well, he's also not playing a chump move. He's not playing e6 or e5. He is introducing the idea of playing knight e5 for himself here, Jesse. While also this move is perfectly fine, you know, if white plays a move like bishop f4, he can play e5 and just transpose to those lines with extra tempi. Just standard lines. Whew.
Okay, so Ding asks a new question.
Yeah.
This taking on d3 is very frisky, though. If I was, let me just tell you what I would do if I was white. I would have already thought of 60 minutes. I'd be like, I'm castling.
Yeah.
Because if he wants to go take on d3, like maybe you can do it, but that's very controversial. You're not developed, and my pieces will find squares. You're not going to stay there forever on d3. So I think let's it's easier to sack other people's pieces, David. So let's do it. Let's go castles, knight e5, and then we got to find just a nice square for the queen. Probably d1, or I could go e2 too. I don't know.
e2. Okay. Knight takes on d3, I imagine. I mean, what else is black up to? Not waiting around for white to play bishop f4, I hope. So we take.
Sure take. And then probably knight d2.
Okay. Now there's some element of risk for black. We'll play a very calm e6 for black.
Now one bummer
basic
for... Okay. Okay, e6. Okay. Could do a couple moves. Let's say the obvious. My bishop on c1 is a victim.
Yeah. Gukesh needed to just castle quickly here, Jesse. I mean, he doesn't even know if Ding's going to go 95. He could spend an hour calculating this pawn sack. And then, well, then he would have flagged. But okay, he could spend 30 minutes calculating the pawn sack, castle, and have Ding just play e5, bishop e7, castles, right? I guess then he
Well,
doesn't need his time.
also, like, what would you do if, like, there's, okay, I think he finally played castles.
Yeah.
Now, one thing I
Oh,
think
95. Ding is
instantly,
blitzing
instantly,
the
dang.
trying to refute you line. Oh.
Okay, David,
Wait,
let
wait,
me just
wait.
say,
We've got another shocker, Jesse.
yeah.
Fresh off the St. Louis Open. Kostya.
Oh,
Hello,
Coach is
hello.
here. Hey,
What's going
buddy.
on, guys?
How do you have gas in the tank? I was sure you would need 20 hours to recover from your tournament.
I I didn't sleep a lot, but there's only 4 games left.
Wow, you were in a
I had to
rush.
check in.
Okay.
David, you need to either get that three-person layout
Yeah,
or
yeah, yeah. I'm going to
come
have to
on.
switch to the 3-person layout. So that's over here. We're going to add in some elements real quick. Well, maybe I'll do it in studio mode, folks. Hang on. All right, I'm just going to be quiet. Kostya, talk to us.
Hello, hello, everyone. Let me find our chat. I missed you guys. It's been a treat actually following the match, but yeah, I'm sorry I haven't been able to cover it live. Yeah, I'm sorry. Oops. But it's good to be back. Hello, hello, everyone. Got Steve, Chris, Lauren, Berlin. Hey, y'all. Um, a crazy match. I mean, maybe we could talk a little bit about what's happened.
Well, Kosi, you just came at a key moment that we got to talk about what's going on
Oh, okay,
because
okay. Well, catch you up on the game, and then let's talk about the position.
yeah, dude. So we are in some of the deepest, hecticest time trouble ever. And Gukesh thought for forever and came up with a bold move, allowing some bold stuff that Ding instantly did not do. And then Ding threw this other thing at him. Ding is not going to castle for a while and he's going to go pawn grubbing. And it might be just totally fine for black.
Wow. Okay, I see now. Wait, according to chess.com, Gukesh spent an hour on G3.
Yeah, dog. Yeah. And I think we could there's
Wait, I'm sorry.
there's
Sorry.
actually some reasons to talk about why he did it, and actually maybe his move had genius elements to it. Maybe he missed also, even when you think for 60 minutes, you could have missed Ding's reply still. And Ding had like always, like every single game, Ding tanked early as well. Oh buddy. Oh buddy.
Wow, that's wild. No, I'm sorry. I got to clarify because sometimes, Jesse, you can speak poetically.
Uh-huh.
Gukesh actually spent 60 minutes on
Yeah, dude.
his
Yeah.
11th move. That's you guys were talking for an hour and he wasn't
Mm-hmm.
moving.
Yeah.
No, dude.
Jesus, I've never spent even near that long, actually. Forget about move 11. Like at any point in the game, I don't think I've spent more than I think 40 minutes was my limit, and that's because I was like just really spinning and probably like losing, and I didn't know what to do.
Right. So let's say some obvious stuff. He's got 20, like 27 moves to make. So we're down below 2 minutes a move. And the position got way crazier than it was before dude committed to this bishop G2 idea.
Oh, wait, I'm doing all this work. Kostya, are you going to turn on your camera? Just a question. You don't
Oh,
have
I'm
to.
sorry.
Just a question. I'm
No,
just
no,
curious.
my camera was on, and then it turned off. I don't know
Okay.
why. So just give me a sec.
Yeah.
Um, there we go. So, I might
Okay.
switch it up.
Yeah, because not too long ago, Gukesh had all of his time, and Ding was down a full hour. And here we are now. The full mat is Queen F4. Okay.
Queen F4. Okay, so that tags the D4 pawn. And I wasn't sure what he would do after Rook D8 next, but
I think Rook D8's the question, yeah. But, you know, even Knight C takes D3 also looks pleasant for black.
Wait, so let me let me ask you guys. So again, I'm just blown away. He spends an hour on G3, and then he Knight C5 comes, and then he spends another 7 minutes on Bishop G2.
he was in the bathroom,
He was in the bathroom, yeah.
according to our sources.
Useful. But do you guys think he anticipated that Knight C5 is obvious, but do you think he anticipated this Knight FD7 in his hour-long think?
Well, Kostya, let's put it this way. It's really interesting. So when he's contemplating forever on G3, he is beginning to understand that black is conceivably better. And there are long-term griefs. And then if you're Gukesh, you want to make the game spicy. So the move G3 is in of itself not so spicy, but then the intention Bishop G2 is insane because you're allowing Knight B3. So the idea is positional, is that it would be nice if we avoided Knight B3, committing the Knight to D2, because we couldn't figure out in those positions how our bishop gets out. So it's a positional idea that he sacrifices 60 minutes for. Okay. And then this whole thing happens as a result. Ding does not go no Knight B3s. And then, oh my God, Rook D8 played. And now I have to adjust the eval bar. I'm going to go negative 0.6. I am very uncertain about this, but yeah, we haven't been updating the bar just because we were so confused about it. But basically, before this G3 Bishop G2 thing, we were saying black has a nice positional advantage. Now it's gone hectic, and it still seems that black is better. However, there's far more danger for black because the king is not castled. And one mistake could really, all the coconuts could be damaged. The coconuts could be damaged. Whoo!
Yeah. Wild. Yeah, crazy. Crazy position, crazy situation. I'm definitely on Ding's side of all this. If my opponent spends an hour and sacrifices like an exchange or something, I'm not taking the exchange if I don't have to. It's like enjoy that time. Rook D1 play, that makes sense.
It's a sad move. But okay, Rook D1. Oof.
Sure, boy.
Oh my God, there's a lot of, okay, now, so one reason, kids, that you don't want to tank forever on is that now the tactics, this is now a very tactical position. So for example, G5 is an option now for black. Should he do it? Well, it would be nice to have some time to know if I should do it or not.
Yeah, what a sharp position. Okay, I just opened up the YouTube chat. Hello, YouTube. How we doing? Okay, guys. Now, can we talk about the match a little bit, or you guys want to?
No. We'll get to
The match is tied currently, Kostya.
The match is tied, Kostya.
I put up the score here below the board just now, and what you can see is they've drawn the last 7 games after trading wins in games 1 and 3.
Yeah, because for me, it feels like Gukesh has really started spinning. Like he's like banging his head up against the wall. He's playing reverse Blumenfeld now. Like, I don't know. That's my perspective. I'm curious where you guys are. I've just, I wake up every morning. I check the games. I check I watch like 8 recaps of the game, and then first I watch you guys, then I watch take, and then but from my perspective, this is what it's felt like. It's felt like Ding is showing very little interest in fighting.
Mhm.
Like I think at this point he's just happy to accept draws in just like any position. He's better. He's like winning. He's just happy to draw it out. And Gukesh desperately wants to keep the game going at any cost,
Uh-huh.
um, but so far hasn't really achieved much.
Yeah.
Fair. There was a feeling in games 7 and 8 that Gukesh had a lot of initiative on his side, right? Like that he was wearing, that he was wearing, that I don't know, that he was getting good positions, that he was putting a lot of pressure on Ding, that like any moment he could score, that he had a lot of creative juice. He got good opening advantages both of those games.
Right.
Okay, guys, G6 was just played, and I think that if I was white, it would be a little bit of a relief because I was looking at H6, G5, and I wasn't even sure where the queen was going to go. I was worried about that.
You were worried
And,
about H6?
well, on H6, G5, I didn't know I was like, am I losing? I wasn't sure. It looked real bad. So G6 at least gives me half a second to try to stabilize the position.
Maybe H6 just H4, right? Sorry.
Maybe, but then when I play G5 and rip you open, I don't know how you feel about life.
You mean you play G5 sacking a pawn?
I mean, if I was white, that would be some of the stuff I'd be worried about. Yeah.
I
God.
would say on H6, H4, probably Black is also happy to go H5 and just get that G4 square.
So I guess what I'm trying to say is like after G6, we're not going to get completely roasted immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Like the game might have, like, it wouldn't surprise me there after Rook D1 if the computer could find some instant knockout blow. But the problem for us is our position is still nasty.
How do we move any of the queenside pieces, right?
Nasty,
That's
right?
the...
We might still just simply be lost.
Sorry,
Notice,
Exasi. As you may be able to see, I was just working OBS the last, whatever, however long Coast has been here. I've not been reading chat, not even looking at the board. So,
But thankfully, you only got to do it once, and I'm hoping to join you guys, for the rest of the games.
nice.
Well,
I
maybe-
was expecting you to join us for the last 3 games, but not tonight. Wow.
I was also kind of expecting that, but then I woke up. I woke up on time.
so dude, Rook D1, it's like just the calm G6, it's like you can't even move, bro. You can't even move.
Yeah.
What do you want to do? What are we doing here?
Okay, I guess the question for me is what do I think of Ding going for something more specific and concrete and aggressive like knight e5 when he could have just played e5, bishop e7 castles with a position where there was sort of planless for white. I think that, it shows some interest on Ding's part in maybe winning the game. I know that at this point with the draws he's taken and the way he steered games towards draws, that is starting to become an outlandish take. But to me, the only interpretation of him playing knight e5 is, that he's trying to get a good position.
All right, I've gone down to negative 1.5.
Oh my God.
And now I'm willing to revise that, but it's because I don't see a move for
Ghosty, I'm
Gook.
going to send you a link over in our Discord just in case you want to edit the...
Oh, human eval bar. Yeah,
just
yeah.
in case you want to edit the eval bar that we're using, I just put it at your fingertips by giving you the link. And just a reminder, folks, this Sensei eval is just an average of us guessing the eval. We haven't looked at engines. There's no engine involved in it. It's just a guess. It is in terms of points, where a pawn equals 1 point.
There was actually a great question earlier. I don't know if you guys addressed this, but someone was asking why we as humans give our evals as decimals instead of more human evaluations.
I mean, that's how I've been thinking about evaluations since before computers were even particularly strong, right? So, I mean, I think like Fritz 1 or so. must have come out around 2000, Kostya. I don't know, something like that.
Hmm.
Um, so basically 20 plus years I've been thinking in terms of evaluations in this way.
I
Well,
think
there you
I,
have it.
I think one thing that I don't know how to do in terms of an eval that would be interesting is to somehow incorporate other features of the game. I think the clock, for example, is a huge deal. And so, like when Ding was down an hour to start the game, that's got to be worth something in terms of my eval.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, buddy, I don't know what White's. Okay, guys, help me out. What is White gonna do? What's he gonna do, buddy? I don't even like Bishop F1 is not only the saddest thing, but then probably some kind of G5 is gonna whack you there. You know, not so pleasant for a peasant.
Okay, let me check the audio levels again. Hi, Kostya. How did you finish in your last round at the tournament?
Well, unfortunately, I lost my last game.
Oh, never
Uh,
mind. Scrap that question. I just wanted to see if your audio level was good. It's good. So that's all
Great,
we needed to know.
great. I was just I was thinking about my evaluation here, and yeah, so for me, White's position is definitely ugly. I put minus point 0.4, or for the humans out there, slightly better for Black. Um, maybe clearly better. Maybe I'm close to a clearly better. For me, minus point 0.5, point 0.6, that's like a clearly better, like a very clear plus.
Mm-hmm.
Because yeah, it's just like how do you develop here as white? Bishop B2, black goes bishop G7, and you're never taking on D4. So the bishop on B2 in the Benoni is not well placed generally if it's not putting pressure on this D pawn. And then knight is not coming out to D2 because how do you defend the D pawn to get your knight out? So it's like
Right.
where are any of White's pieces going? Queen on F4 is like
Yeah.
also Bishop on G2 is beautiful. Gotta hand that one to White, but everything else, oof, really ugly.
So White's position is so bad that I'm considering G4 so that I can play Queen G3.
Oof.
If I
Yeah, because White
achieve,
needs to untangle somehow.
yeah,
Yeah,
if I achieve G4, Queen G3, maybe I can play Bishop F4 and untangle.
at least that's something.
Let me show you something that doesn't work. Bishop B2. And this partly shows why Ding chose G6 versus something friskier like H6 or G5 or something. He can simply play Bishop G7. And now against Bishop D4, there's basically always Rook D4.
Yeah.
With or without Knight F3 check, even if there weren't Knight F3 check, after Queen D4, let's say White's played King H1 or something to prepare this. Black just plays Knight F D7, right? And you drop the Rook on A1. So, because Black will have castled while White plays King H1, folks. So,
Okay, you guys need to come to reality. You guys have negative
yeah,
zero point 0.5 and negative zero point 0.4. It's
yeah.
clearly worse than that.
Looking
It's
dramatically
clearly
bad if
worse.
he can't move a piece here, huh? All right, let me try and defend his honor for a second, Jesse.
Uh-huh.
Bishop D5.
What are we calling this? The cheapo merchant?
What do you mean? I mean, I just, I'm trying to cut off your rook from the D pawn, maybe.
Okay.
So you keep developing?
I don't know. I'd have to think about it for half a second. Um,
Trying to hustle you into that one.
yeah. Got a lot of moves after Bishop D5, E6. Um, yeah, I got a lot of moves. Okay, I don't know. I'll play E6.
Okay, that's what I expected. You know what I'm doing now?
Probably Queen F6.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not even pumped about it, you can tell.
It's pretty nasty. I would say Rook G8.
Yeah. All right, so now you're threatening Bishop G7, right? So I play Bishop F4.
Let's go Bishop D6.
There's also 97 there.
No, I think it's so crispy critters. It's not even funny.
I agree. I agree. This is
I'm pretty host here.
The one variation I would what maybe we could show is Bishop G2, and then I played G5.
Okay. We can show one more move for
Ooh, buddy,
crispiness.
G5.
Bishop G2, G5.
okay. I have a try for white when you're ready.
Yeah, we're ready. Ow.
How about B6?
Woo! Letting
And
the
then
dogs out.
after black moves the queen, I'll go A4 and knight A3.
Are you expecting maybe queen B8?
Something like that, or queen D6. Yeah.
Queen D6, A4. One issue with this, Kostya, is now the queen is defended, right?
Mhm.
Uh-oh.
So black could potentially
Just snip.
pick the coconut.
Uh-huh.
And
Ooh.
yikes.
And the problem, and one of the things that I think we didn't talk about too much because the last couple of moves happened so fast is the Queen F4 Rook D1 was very nasty. But what it was a recognition of is that if we just played like normal developing moves, and me and David had one variation like that, that the knight comes to D3, and then we're just like, well, then what? Because it's so powerful on D3. And you see it in this variation too. It's like, oh my gosh, white's pieces aren't doing anything.
Well, Dornum, it's too late for bishop A3 because we played A4 to clear the A3 square, and black plays knight D3, attacking our queen with this octopus on D3. So we're basically priced into playing queen D6, rook D6 at this point, and then bishop A3, the rook dodges away to B6, protecting the B7 coconut on its way. And, you know, white's position is pretty insufficient here. Two coconuts down.
Ghost is just waking up, dude. He's like negative 0.4.
Yeah, give him a moment to wake up. He just played 2 classical games and then took a nap. I mean...
2. I played 9.
Well, I mean, within the last, since the last time you actually had a night's sleep.
Oh yeah, it's been.
But yes,
No,
nine classical games as well. Almost
I slept.
as many
I
as
slept last
Ding-Gukesh.
night.
And he did them in like a third the number of days.
Dude, I want to say the move G6 is a rude move because it's like, I think a lot of players would have been, that would have been the moment to calculate like G5, H6, G5, all that stuff. But G6 is just like, you can't even move, dog.
Right.
You can't even do anything.
Nothing.
Yeah, no, it's not fun. I'm
Nothing.
going
How about let me
minus
try to
10.
defend. Let me try to defend White's honor here. I'm going to play G4. I know it's ugly, but I'm just trying to make something.
G4.
You got a lot of different moves here after G4. By the way, you play H5, Bishop G7. Take your pick.
He has played A4.
Okay, here we go. A4.
Do you want to look at G4 a little bit, or we've not yet looked at A4, right?
Let's stick with the game because, like before, when he was tanking forever, we had the luxury of just sitting there and analyzing. Now we don't because dude is down below 1 minute a move now.
Yeah, it's going to come really fast.
Yeah.
Okay, so his basic idea, folks, is to play Bishop A3, trade on C5, and then have some relief on the D3 square. Like he's, at any cost, some relief on D3, so he doesn't lose the full coconut and get the minus 1.5 from Jesse.
Now, by the way, A4 also introduces the Slavish Rook A3.
Oh my God.
Okay. Now, it's true, though, that if we could somehow just stabilize the position, then black might feel regret at, if I can stabilize and then I could play, for example, Queen D2, Queen E2, I don't think I'm going to lose immediately.
Right. And if black had any desire to win the game, they might regret not knocking us out.
Right, because the G6 move was like cold-blooded, but it like definitely there were other tries there. As I said, H6, G5, or just G5 directly. So with a4, I think rook a3 is a question. Okay, so now, my friends, this is a calculation moment for Ding. Now, he doesn't have that much time either, but if I was black, this is where I would really want to have some time to do some calculaciones, because we do not want to let white out.
What's White's plan here? Rook a3 and then?
Well, first of all, I think he's got two ideas, Kostya, depending on what black does. If we can achieve bishop a3 takes c5, then we want to do it. If we can't, then we can play rook a3 and then do a Slavish queen d2, queen e2, knight d2, and then eventually fix our business.
Oh, I see.
And in that variation, by the way, the knight on e5, if it doesn't come crashing through, it's not that special.
Yes. Hmm.
So actually, maybe this g6 was so slow, but it might prove to be soft.
Well, it's definitely soft. I mean, G6 was the move I was thinking I would just play. Like, yeah, just G6, just develop normally. To me, it didn't feel like he spent a lot of time there trying to calculate H6, G5, and all this stuff. Feels like he just played G6 because it's like a normal move. But now Ding's like kind of thinking, yeah, I'm watching him. Feels like he's not super clear what he wants.
So you guys, I think this is a real big moment. If while rook a3 occasioned disgust on David Pruse's face, I think it's important to see that if I stabilize the position, I'm not necessarily going to be doing that terribly. And also, David, what's interesting about this position is in our other positions, the bishop kind of wanted to be on the f8, a3 diagonal to help fight for c5 and just do things over there. And on g7, I don't know if his pieces don't make that much sense. So even if white loses 1,000 tempi, it might not be so bad for him.
Ooh, H5 suggestion from the chat. Ooh, that looks annoying.
What's the intention of? Oh, just bishop h6. Okay.
H6.
That could be annoying.
I was just OBSing. Good commentary, you guys. Everything you said was good, I'm sure. H5,
H5 is a hell of a drug, dude. H5 is a hell of a drug. Okay, whoever said that gets props.
I said it. I said it.
Kostya gets props.
Carl155 said it.
But Kostya said somebody in chat said it, right? I mean,
yeah.
Okay.
But I get credit for reading
chat. That's right. We all have to have our victories.
Okay, let me stress, if black, let's just put it this way, if black does not find a way to punish white, then we might eventually get out of this nasty hole. Like if we could play rook a3, then we would have time.
What more punishment is needed than this bishop h6 move?
So bishop h6 might force the move I was thinking about before with g4. I'm not certain I see another move besides.
But here g4 just loses out of hand. HG, rook h4. And then that quote from the Queen's Gambit, right? This is where you resign.
This is where you resign.
Just done. Just done.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's really nasty, isn't it? Oh my god, dude, h5 might end the game.
Yeah.
And honestly, white deserves to lose this position.
Yes.
Like it's nasty.
Yeah, it's a real heap. It's a real heap of a position. I haven't checked on their cameras in a while. And if I go and have a look, Yeah, I think Ding has it in him to kill him here.
David, actually, also, maybe we should do a revisionist history on how we were evaluating the position a little earlier. So, for example, on move G, let's go back to 11 G3 just for half a second. Or excuse me, before because that was where we were, we were watching him tank.
Yeah.
And we were looking at all these positions where it was unpleasant for white, but maybe it's actually worse than all that because we hadn't seen the power of knight e5. Right? So first of all, G3 might be a mistake, and he should probably play Queen D1, Bishop E2 like a good boy. That was my weenie suggestion. Thank you very much.
Okay. I mean, I think my Bishop F4 to G5 was totally within the realm of something you can hold together.
Okay. But the point is, though, is that all those variations we had with Knight D2, right, is that they don't actually work, I don't think, because they go Knight D2, Knight C5, and let's say G3 now.
What's the difference between Knight D2, G3, and G3, Knight D2?
Same thing.
Okay.
Same thing. But I'm just trying to say that we weren't appreciating that Knight FD7 in that position.
Oh, in the Knight.
Real bummer.
So G3, Knight C5, Knight D2, Knight FD7 there.
Exactamundo.
Oh, could have happened there in the game as well.
And then, it's pretty nasty. And then I think you better think about Queen D1 there too. It's just like, get out of Dodge, buddy. And what that means is that Knight FD7 is a good move positionally anyway.
Oh, but Jesse, Queen D1 at that point is too late. Look what Black has. Queen E5.
Queen E5 check, dude. Oh, nasty girls.
Okay, but Ding has just played H5, Jesse.
Oh, let's go.
He's ringing the bells.
Ding, 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 ding.
Okay, since he actually played that move, then we got to shout out the original asker of H5, which apparently chat figured it out. They did a deep investigation. I think it was Coffee Cat who originally asked about H5. So,
oh man,
points.
I'm just going back a few seconds on the camera feed. Very, very nervous before playing it. He did like 5 rocks like this.
Come on, Ding. It's defended twice. What are you nervous about?
It.
Defended twice.
Nothing for it. Got to win the game.
Oh boy, what?
Dude, he's at move 17 as white, and he's gone. Oh, Ding's doing that thing where he looks at him too. Yeah. I don't know if you know this, but our vid guy, when I do the recaps, and a lot of times I'll say ding, and then he's got some bell to subscribe to the program, and the bell goes ding ding. So he's timing it. So whenever I say ding, it goes ding ding ding. Okay, you guys didn't think it was funny. I thought it was funny.
No, I thought it was very funny. Like the first time I saw it.
Okay, B6 was played. Now this was Kostya's original idea, and it's a little bit desperazione here. Yeah.
What did he do? B6.
B6.
The Kostya move.
Yeah.
I gotta throw in that juice.
You gotta throw in that juice, boy. Okay, B6. I think it's like, it's because if G4 is out, you're gonna have to start flailing with ye old B6. I just want to say something obvious though. Like after Queen D6, what are you gonna do?
After Queen D6?
Maybe Knight A.
Maybe Knight A3 is what I was thinking.
Okay, good. So let's get into it. Queen D6. By the way, Bishop A3 doesn't do it because Bishop H6 and the Queen is. Actually, wait. Maybe you could also play Bishop A3.
You could.
Because Bishop H6, Bishop C5, Queen C5, Queen E4, and I'm out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so hold on. Maybe this B6 is actually. I didn't appreciate it at first, but maybe it's actually doing something here. So we're going to start with the obvious. There's only 2 moves, D6 and B8.
Queen b8, queen d6, 2 moves.
I think queen d6 is bishop a.
Bishop a3 is pretty simply a square for the queen. And then this h5, bishop h6 stuff starts looking a little weird.
But okay, here one thing I want to just point out on queen d6, bishop a3.
You might have knight d3.
Might knight e d3. Yeah.
I think you don't. Let's follow it though. Rook d3, knight d3, bishop d6.
Wait, but
what? What did I do wrong?
Okay. Wait, go back and move here. So knight e d3, and you play rook takes, and I just play queen takes.
Queen f4 first, huh?
Yeah.
So then gf4, knight d3, bishop takes b7. It's going to be a little hectic. Let's see.
Well, that's interesting.
E6 there for black, maybe. Oh no, bishop c6. No, black's lost. There's no e6, then just c5 is coming, and
right. I mean, the big threat is bishop c6, right? And then you have to play rook d7 and then b7.
no, black's lost here.
Maybe rook b8 to get the king of flight square, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it's so easy to say it's lost. He's got other moves, and knight b4 was also a move.
I think knight b4 doesn't do it, Jesse, because white takes it, right? And then I just play my basic threat next move, check and queen. So it would have to be rook b8, I think. But I could say something basic, like white's in the game here. I think bishop e4 is better than bishop c6 check, because that moves the king towards blockading the pawn. So I'd rather go bishop e4, and the knight can go to b4 or f4. But honestly, going to b4, I trade it and run the a pawn.
Okay, so how about we say it this way? On queen d6, maybe white survives with bishop a3. And then the next question is pretty obvious. Why isn't white lost on queen b8?
Yeah, I think we should look at that.
Oh, mate. No.
Oh, I think we have this one in our chat too. So here, white can go bishop a3 again.
Okay.
Bishop h6. Queen h4. That was Spinal Tap, which is a great band, one of my favorite bands.
Hard to believe that h4 is enough space. D3 is hanging here, by the way.
Not quite.
Not quite.
It's not?
Not quite.
Well, it's not immediate. It's loose. It's loose.
After queen h4, black can't take on d3?
Oh, the e7 is a mate.
Yeah, e7's hit.
Oh my god. Thanks, guys. I'm going to show it anyway for chat.
Actually, b6 is a very important tactical move because we can see 2 points. Number one is if the queen had gone to d6, then it gets hit with bishop a3. And then if it goes to b8, then this is the point here. It's no longer protecting e7. And then b6, queen b6 was impossible because the knight on e5 was hanging earlier. So
Right.
one of those forcing moves they teach you to look at, you know.
So, my friends, this might be still up in the air. Well, this is why they tell you to keep your time, buddy. They were both players well under a minute a move, and it's probably the most complicated position of the entire match.
It's pretty hectic. It's the closest thing we have to a 3-result position, right? We had like 2 games where Gukesh was really pressing and couldn't quite finish it off, but a position where, you know, someone might lose their queen is something else. Are we going to change the eval? We have to get some kind of a grip on this.
Yeah, it's all about.
I'm gonna nudge mine down a tiny bit, but not too much yet.
So one thing that's fascinating though is I think we've addressed queen b8 because after bishop a3, I'm not seeing what black does.
Yeah, bishop a3 is a problem.
Was the queen ever getting trapped by bishop h6? Was there always the h4 square?
Yes, but then d3 would hang. So
Okay, so the
there's a
difference is
problem.
that now black can't take d3.
Right.
Wow. Okay.
But also bishop c5 is just an annoying threat. Because if white's able to trade just one minor piece, like bishop for knight,
Yeah.
and then we had like our knight to e4, it's just like dream Benoni
That's
in two
always what I'm
seconds.
thinking in the Benoni Coasting. I'm like, if I can just trade one more piece, dot, dot, dot. And then when I traded, I'm like, now if I could just trade one more piece.
Benoni's dangerous. Benoni's dangerous. You know?
Okay, let's consider our queen d6 variation then. So queen d6. And then what are we saying? Bishop a3.
Queen d6, bishop a3.
And then what are we saying after knight ed3?
Knight
We're
e
saying rook
d3.
d3
We
there.
played it. We played rook d3.
But maybe there's something else. But yeah, we just had this endgame, which now might be more
You played queen
relevant than I
f4.
thought.
We didn't really go down knight d3, but knight d3, there's like
Knight
bishop
d3 is also an option, yeah.
d6, knight f4, bishop f4 with two pieces against a rook. Looks pretty bad for black.
Yeah.
So queen f4, gf4, knight d3, bishop b7. We're at the moment that seems like the key position to evaluate.
Knight e takes d3. Sorry, I don't understand. Okay, it's black to move, but pawn takes queen is threatened. So we're assuming black moves the queen to b8 or d6 to keep the knight on e5 defended.
Mm-hmm.
In this position, if black takes on d3, white will take the queen on c7.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is going to be oh man, this is a hot position.
Okay, so queen b8. Sorry. Queen b8, bishop a3. There they want to know what's the issue with knight e takes d3 there. Makes sense.
Good question.
So queen takes b8 would be the first move. Actually, that queen's not very good on b8. Maybe that shouldn't be my first instinct. All right, I'm going to switch it up, and I'm going to try queen f3 first, actually. So queen f3, I'm threatening rook takes d3, knight takes d3, queen takes d3. Oh, black's going to have knight b4, huh? Knight b4 looks pretty good.
Yeah, I think knight b4 is okay.
Okay, so whoever said that in chat, that was important.
All right.
So this makes it more difficult.
So I'm going to do something else. I'm going to play rook takes d3 again. Like before. Exchange sack for the b7 pawn.
But you don't. But if I want to, I just play knight takes d3, and you're still not taking my pawn.
Right, now I go queen f3.
Or e4, right? Okay.
Or e4, sure. Yeah, sorry. Well, it's the same because I'm going to move my queen next move. On anything.
And then like knight b4.
Knight b4, sure. I will trade it preemptively. Then grab b7. Threatening bishop c6. Limited options here.
Yeah, it's game.
Wait, who's losing here?
Black.
Black's losing?
Well,
To the pawns.
There's at least some questions there. Yeah.
Yeah, Kostya just his calculation went off, Jesse.
I
He
don't
was just
like,
boom.
it's not even calculation. Like I don't even know, like definitely I don't know the objective eval of that line, but I know that black is losing that position with the pawns.
Okay. Yeah. It's just Jesse and I would have been calculating the pawns for 5 minutes there, and you just boom, it's lost.
Yeah, there's nothing to calculate. They go forward one step at a time. You just have to figure out which one to push or if you have to move a piece.
Fair enough.
Wait, can we go back though? Because
Yeah.
bishop a3, queen b8, sorry, queen b8, bishop a3.
Yeah.
And then I just want to pause there for a sec.
Sure. So here our first main line, folks, had been bishop h6, queen h4. And now another question from chat was can black, scarf the pawn with knight ed3? There's also maybe knight cd3. But if I'm going to sack the rook either way and play queen e4, it won't change the eval. And similarly, deep space bar, asking about knight e1 doesn't really matter because white could go to e4 instead of f3, if you see what I mean. Sorry, you're not putting it on the board immediately. But do you see what I mean, deep space bar? He's made some move. He's played queen d6 and bishop a3 instantly from Gukesh. Bishop h6 instantly from Ding. And here I think we'd been saying, bishop c5, queen e4 with a milder, nobody lost immediately.
Dude, Gukesh survived, dude.
Yeah.
Gukesh survived. It's official.
Yeah. And I think
Holy shit,
I don't even think he's -1. He's just kind of like a position.
Yeah, he might have simply survived, dude. Yeah. Holy Katolzis. Oh my gosh, he survived.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna give a preliminary 0.
Preliminary 0. That's pretty low. All right, let's try and get a quick handle. Bishop c5, queen c5, queen e4 for argument's sake, and let's go knight c6 to keep the b pawn. The trade has just happened on c5 as we say it, and queen is on e4 as we say it.
This is not so special for black. The black is not impressed here.
Yeah, knight a3 now.
Yeah, just knight a3 developing. You've got rook b1 and knight b5 and stuff. White's kind of in the game. I'm going to go down to about 0 as well.
I might even go up in a second. I mean,
we might.
The knight on e5 is no longer... We talked about how the knight on e5 might not be so great. Also, the bishop on h6 kind of wishes it was on the f8 a3 diagonal.
Yeah, what is it doing on h6?
Yeah, it's going to get ghosted over there.
Definitely not eating.
I gave white a 0.3.
Okay, so we all moved up, but Kostya had never been as down in the doldrums as Jesse and I. So
it might have just been me not believing that Ding is going to go for this huge advantage. I'll be honest. Never really felt it. But yeah, knight c6. I mean, I'll explain why I think white's better here for the chat. In the Benoni, it's long been known that the more minor pieces that come off, the stronger the Benoni bishop on g2 becomes. Because it's the strongest piece on the board, and the fewer minor pieces that are left, the stronger it becomes apparent. That didn't make sense, but you guys know what I mean.
Yeah.
And now this b pawn is a huge target. It doesn't really matter if white loses the b6 pawn because white will just have extremely active piece play to compensate. Worst case scenario, white gets a fantastic banco here, like where we're down a pawn, but we have great play anyway, like rook b1, knight b5, and all this stuff.
Kostya, you slept through some crazy heresy from Jesse today. He said, and he cited DeFermian as he came with sources and all. He says the c1/c8 bishop is the better bishop, and g2 g7 is not that good.
Yeah. By the way, guys, the really interesting move here, knight a3.
Yeah.
They have to move instantly.
Yeah.
And the knight on a3 is we were talking about the bishops, right? So if I'm white and I'm playing the more natural knight d2, am I worried about him getting rid of his nasty bishop? And it seems like that's the claim of knight a3.
Yeah, I think black's bishop is pretty trash right now. I would not go out of my way to let black offload it.
So I think the claim here is white's going to play knight c2 and then rook db1.
Rook d. Interesting.
I think rook db1. Because the rook on the rook on d1 doesn't do anything. And then, one of the reasons I intuitively want the rook d is that anytime black plays knight b4, I want to really think about taking and playing a5. Rook ab1 might be similar, but in any case, if we can achieve that knight c2 and either rook to b1, I think we can claim that we're better as white. So black has to figure something out right now, because castles. Yeah, maybe castles, but you have to figure it out. Are you going to take that thing?
And we have the question in chat: Can b6 be taken right here and right now?
I don't think it's good, man. I think you go. We're going to hit him.
You just rook b1 immediately, right?
And then any knight b4, I'm going to play knight c2. I can
You
take
also
on
have queen
B7
b7,
too.
right? So I mean, you're
Yeah,
not
yeah, yeah.
really down.
But I don't think that B7 pawn's going anywhere. Oh, dude, Black has massively misplayed this position, boss. From what he had just a half a second ago, and then oh no. He clearly underestimated B6.
I mean, you could take the pawn and
Yes.
drop back to c7, right? So I mean, chat's not wrong to ask the question. You do kind of get the pawn. I think we all assume that White's activity on the B file is really good here.
And not only that, but we have to stress that with the opposite color Bs, the pawns go down in value. And like I get that rook to B5, I start talking to you. You can't block my my file anymore because knight C2 breaks the communication of, there's no knight B4.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Also,
with rook
once
b5,
the rook's
white is at least not worse.
Also, once the rook's on b5, knight b4 is totally pointless, right? The rook's already in your house. It just goes to b7.
Exactly.
Okay, I put it at 0.4, so that's a dramatic turnaround. In fact, I think that's
0.4.
well, by far the most dramatic turnaround in the match so far.
Okay, well, let me play some normal moves for Black instead of taking.
Okay.
Like,
He
let
played
me try
rook D7.
castling.
So he played rook D7, boss.
That's not a super normal move. Okay, rook d7.
So I think we're intending now knight C2. But you could also, actually, I could also play rook DB1.
So rook b1, I guess he wants knight b4. That's his idea.
Conceivably, right. And then I have to work to get knight C2. So the question for white is, do I want to play rook DB1 or knight C2 first?
Or knight b5.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really understand knight B5, but yeah.
Well, let me look at knight b5 for a second. First of all, a very weird intention of knight b5 could be to play knight a7. He's played knight c2 though.
Knight C2, right. Let's call knight C2 the normal move.
There's also the idea that you could go knight c7, knight d5, and then it's hard for Black to play e6 because the f6 square is weak.
Okay, my friends, very simple question. Do you take the pawn or don't you? I think you're arguably worse either way, but you now have to make that call.
Well, now White might have rook takes b7, funnily enough, which White didn't have when the rook was on d8. So let me just show in the previous line, queen b6, rook a b1, we played queen c7, we played rook b5 with pressure. White doesn't have the standard Banco tactic rook b7 here because Black just takes everything and then the king goes to f8. Of course, White has some compensation here for an exchange, but it's not like, a good tactic. Now, with the rook on d7, knight c2, queen b6, there might be rook b7.
Yeah.
So we have to check that, right?
Well, and not only that, but let's say another obvious thing, David, is that when you have bishops of opposite color, if I get the initiative on the light squares, you're down a piece. You're down a piece. He took it. He took queen b6.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Okay, I think
Yeah,
White
I think
should
he
play,
had to take. I think he had to.
He
I
had
think
to?
White should play rook DB1. I think rook DB1 is the right
So
move,
what's... Okay, we'll get into that in 1 second. But Kosti, explain to us, how is it sort of like, what's the kind of forcing element about queen b6?
What? Okay, well, you get the pawn, right? I mean, you're probably worse either way, but at least here you get the pawn. You force white to kill you immediately, if there's a way. But I don't see an obvious way for white to win, so that means probably he should just take the pawn. It's
Did you
probably the
see a
best
problem for Black if they didn't take? Like, what was coming? That's
well, rook b5, rook b1, rook b5, boss.
the
Yeah,
rook
exactly.
gets into
The hell is it
b5,
going?
and then you're
Yeah.
just sort of pushed back.
Oh,
Yeah. C5, and the knight comes to C4, and yeah.
Okay, good. I just think we should make that clear for the audience, right? Because
Yeah, absolutely.
queen b6.
Okay, so here we go. Rook DB1.
Because some people might think, oh, it's greedy. Why is he grabbing it?
Pawns are useful, people. Pawns control 2 squares, and when you take them off the board, you lose control over those 2 squares. Pawns are useful.
This is a real problem after rook DB1 because white has the rook B7 ideas in addition to the simple building rook B5 and rook B1.
You know what, guys? With the rook on, like if Black had let White play the rook on b5, there even start to be like tactics where you take on c6 to queen your b pawn.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so that would so that's like a scary thing about the b6 pawn, right? Is it's pretty close to queening.
Okay, guys, question. Queen B6, rook AB1, knight B4.
Can we do rook
there?
DB1 so I hold the option
Yeah.
of playing A5 after you play knight B4?
Yeah, I think you should. But he played rook ab1.
Rook AB1, okay.
Yeah.
And then no, and I think the point of rook AB1 is to say I'm not worried at all about knight B4 and
Oh, queen C7 played quickly.
queen
Oh, interesting.
C7.
Okay, now here with queen c7, this was the question I was asking, if white could play rook takes b7 here, which you could not play with black's rook on d8. We've established
Yeah, that's
that.
why I was expecting queen d8 because I thought that would deal with
Right.
the sack better. Wait, so what's going on here? So
But here,
take,
rook
take.
b7, queen b7, queen c6, it looks like the rook on d7 is pretty hosed.
Maybe just trade king d8.
Trade king d8, yeah. White is going to take the exchange, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then grab the pawn on d4.
And what is this position?
Well, I think the problem is the knight's got a home on a light square where it'll cover dark squares, and it's well poised to play like d4 and c4 and stuff.
So black's just down a pawn here, right? I'm not
Yeah.
seeing because rook b8, knight b5. We just shut it down.
Right. There's
Not
some
seeing the
hope,
con.
right? There's some hope that you play like rook c8, bishop g7, and it's hard for white to advance the pawns. But I mean, this is a pretty
Oh, and bishop
decent
takes
pawn.
c6. Okay, I think maybe he wants e5 or yeah, maybe e5.
Okay, so then instead of losing the d pawn, you're going to lose the b file, right? So
Yes.
rook
So rook
b1,
b1, king e7.
king e7. We probably got to take,
Mm-hmm.
right? And now we've got a tasty choice between rook b5 and rook b7, right?
Well, rook B7 first, boss.
You're like, I can always go back to b5.
Yeah.
Okay,
Is
king
that-
e6.
And then we definitely want to look at knight like A3.
We definitely.
But that's just a nice position.
Jesse
We just
likes
gotta say
improving all the pieces. Yeah, knight
that's
a3.
just a nice position for white. We don't have to go further than that.
Mhm.
It's a nice
Yeah.
position.
Yeah,
I'd almost
especially
rather
with
be
the,
down a pawn because that rook is so good. But it's a close call. But both positions are around +1, right?
Yeah, he didn't take. He just won rook b5.
He didn't take.
Yeah, maybe black didn't have to
Rook
take
b5.
back on c6.
Okay, so rook b7, queen c6. It's hard for me to see what black's gonna do. Can black just castle there? No, the queen's attacked on. It's got to go to like a7, queen c8 wins.
It's bad.
Queen a7 is just check here and bishop, and we drop the rook. Where could black have moved? Queen b8? That's logical in that it doesn't allow rook b1. The problem is it doesn't threaten castling or anything. So I could go knight d4, I could go knight a3.
I think I have a thought there, David. Is he could, by the way, I still like it for white, but queen C6, bishop C6, then bishop G7.
Knight a1's been played in the game with hell. Okay, sorry, Jesse, what are you saying?
No, we should stick to the game.
Okay.
So I just have an idea. We can come back to it later. Let's focus on the game with knight A1.
Okay.
A1. Spooky. Reading some my system.
One thing I think should be obvious is that if we looked at the computer with these people playing so fast, it would be bouncing all over the place.
They probably played some inaccuracies here at this speed. You're right, Jesse.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not hanging pieces, right? So we've seen that they can play these complicated middle games in 5 to 10 minutes and not hang any pieces, nothing decisive. But yeah, there will be some inaccuracies if somebody goes through it with a computer for sure.
And what we should say is that he's saying there's no B6 because I'll take on C6, right? So black has a bunch of moves. It's unfortunate for Ding. He does not have the time. Oh my God, you guys.
They gotta make 15 moves. I know, there's no
The
time.
time pressure is very real here. There's no increment. So rook C8 is a candidate
Now
move?
this is a Benoni.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
This
rook
is a
c8 is a great candidate move. Idea being that against knight b3, you can play b6. Everybody in chat, I don't know, we didn't say it explicitly. The idea of knight a1 is to put the knight on c5 and then break the light squares. Right? The knight has to get to a dark square to break the light squares. And
Yeah,
normally black
91
has
is
the dark
a
squares.
sick move, I gotta say. To play it in front of 10 million people watching.
Yeah, in a world championship game under time pressure and you blitz out knight a1.
If you lose, everyone's gonna call you a child.
Either way, if you win, they'll call you a child too.
Well, no. If you win, they'll call you a man, world champion.
So let me just actually also say, like, white is up a piece where it counts. The bishop on h6 is a chump, and also the pawn on h5, if it could choose to go back, probably would. It doesn't help it because it makes it more difficult, like some kind of like knight e6 I'm even seeing maybe later. There's going to be some light square terror happening because that pawn is on h5.
Okay, so what is his plan in case of rook c8?
All right, let's play knight b3.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. b6.
b6, and now we hit him with c5.
And now c5, exactly. That's that Banco style. That's that Banco style. You break the position, even if you're down material, and the idea is, now it's too late to save your knight.
There's also, okay, c5 is probably very strong.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be calculated, by the way, because maybe
there's this
like
queen move,
BC,
right?
rook c5, and then maybe we have to calculate things like queen b6. However, I think the d7 rook is always
But so is d1, right, Jesse? So takes.
Oh, good point. Good point.
b3,
Very good point.
And tags.
Good. So that's a variation we have to actually, like, both sides are calculating right now.
Oh, yeah. They got to be very careful about that queen b3.
So let's go knight b3. By the way, instead of knight b3, you could also consider c5, with also a very pleasant position for white.
Mm-hmm. You could also consider doubling rooks, Jesse. That's better than c5 in a sense. There's like a flexibility there.
Though then you have to deal with knight b4.
Then I finally have to deal with knight b4.
Ooh, question. Okay, in that line, before we play c5, so rook c8, knight b3, b6.
Yeah.
I was wondering also about h4.
h4. Oh.
Just to throw in some.
So you want to go bishop h3, e6, and then you've got some juice on. You're gonna sack. You're gonna sack.
I was gonna think about it. Yeah. Yeah, if I get 4 pawns, take on e6 twice, take on g6, take on h5.
Take on h5. You do have the rook also that can come over. You can actually make some threats in addition to collecting pawns.
Right.
It's very weird that that's a rook lift all the way to the king side. Okay, I think black would play e6 in response themselves to h4. That introduces bishop f8 and bishop g7 and tries to hold some light squares and see if you really commit to bishop h3.
Oh my God, you guys, the level of disappointment if I had this as black after what I had just a little bit ago.
Oh man. So g6, we suspect there was something better there.
Also, because he could have played normal, like with Ding going knight fd7, knight e5, that's also very ambitious. If that doesn't work out, you'd rather just have your pawn on e5.
Yeah, it's like he played it to kill him, then decided he had him in a bind and didn't need to calculate g5 or whatever. Missed some detail with b6. A little bit of a muddle almost, it seems like.
This is super dangerous. Now he's down to 9 minutes, so now he's just tanking. He's just like completely, like he has no idea what to do. And he has to, he's gets to zone it. Sometimes it's actually helpful to run low on time because it's like for procrastinators. You run out of time, so you just have to do the thing. The instincts have to kick in. He has to start figuring out where to put the pieces. But the position,
yeah, dude, he's
from
down
a practical perspective, very difficult for black.
He's got 30 seconds to move, dude.
I don't see anything great other than Jesse's rook c8 move. Do we have any other candidates coming to mind?
Yeah, I think the key question is that rook c8, knight b3. Move was played rook b8.
Rook b8. Trying to defend b7. That's the square you want to die on. Boom! Here comes the knight.
Knight b3, maybe knight d8 next.
Knight d8. Oh yeah, that's like an English opening maneuver, right?
The only way I can,
Okay, knight b3 came e6.
What? It's all falling apart, my dog.
E6.
I mean, knight c5 is gonna wreck you.
Ooh, e6. I don't know. That's tingling. That's tingling for me.
Okay, so wait. He wants to play rook e7 and try
knight c5, rook e7.
And then against knight b7, rook b7, queen c6. What does he do? That's like super simple, right?
Maybe take on C6,
Uh-huh.
Rook A7. Maybe
Bishop
it's
A6.
not that bad.
Okay, so you don't want to trade on B5 and give me another
Definitely
passer,
not.
right?
Definitely
Kosti's like,
not.
I already calculated it. The pawns move forward. Okay.
Yeah, there's two, which is more than one.
Rook
Uh,
A7. Oh, he counted them too. Yeah, okay. So Rook A7.
my
There's like
tricks.
a hope of survival, but it's like super bad, right? White's up a pawn and a file because the E pawn's irrelevant. You basically got a passer, misplaced bishop on H6, and the B file.
I
Yeah,
was
he
hoping to
could.
get some blockade here, but it doesn't feel like, yeah, it's happening. C5, bishop moves back, C6,
Knight
rook
C5, Rook
B1, rook
E7 played.
B7.
I mean, Knight
Knight
D7
C5.
is so basic, and he thought like 7 or 8 minutes on Rook B8. So surely he's done some thinking here. There's also Rook D to B1 with the idea of B6, Knight A6. Okay.
That's
Rook
what it was played.
DB1.
Rook DB1.
Yeah, just build up the pressure.
That bears
It's a-
mentioning.
It's
B6, Knight
game.
A6 is easy.
Yeah.
I'm moving up. I'm gonna go up to point 0.7.
Hang on. Let me throw out another detail for you. Knight D8, Knight A6. I would contend that's also easy.
So it's knight B4 is the only move, right?
Let me see. I was adjusting my thing. Knight,
Queen C8 was
Queen
played.
C8.
This is the abject.
Abject.
Queen C8, maybe rook B6 now. Just trying to, I don't know.
Well, but what
H4
about
still-
Knight B7? Because now can you avoid the trade, Kostya?
He
Queen
plays Queen takes
C6!
C6. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o.
Oh,
Whoa!
that's game.
That's it. That's plus a million. That's off our chart, guys.
That
Oh,
in
I
game.
just,
That
I
in
just
game's
saw him play
busted.
Queen C6. Oh, he made a little face like, I got you, son. Oh, he gave you the face, buddy. I got you, son.
Spooky. Oh, the way he
resigns!
zoomed in.
Oh, oh,
Oh, and the head shake too. You get the little head bob.
oh.
That's it. Oh, you're resigned. It's game
Yeah.
over.
Oh, man, what a game. Oh, dude, KGB needs to coach these people so they don't spend so much time. What's going on?
Oh my god!
Woo! Oh, there it is, friends. There it is.
Wow. What a game.
Queen takes C6. And all Isaiah has to say is this was pathetic. What? This was incredible! Wow. Yes, Bacchus. Yeah, we can play out the tactic for all the goobers, of course. Okay.
David, the queen's hanging. B takes C6.
So B takes C6, it's Rook B8. And then this queen is lost along the B file. And we traded a queen for a knight on C6. Then we get a rook for free before trading a rook for the queen. So at the end of this, there's going to be an extra knight here for white in this line. Or we could take first with the queen for black, but that's even worse, right? Because bishop takes queen, and white's going to be up a whole rook. Like this. So, yeah, queen c6. Oh, that was a blind spot. Bam! The tactic on the light squares. Wow, queen c8
gotta
was
watch it
not
again.
it.
I got his seating it. And dang, he didn't even set up the pieces. That's it. And Gukesh is there helping the arbiters. No, it's over.
Jesse's
over.
gone too. He left his chair.
Jesse's
What?
gone.
It's all empty chairs.
Holy
It's all empty
moly.
chairs as the teenager begins to ascend his throne.
Oh man. No, I gotta watch that again. I gotta watch from Queen C8 live because I was watching the board. I wasn't watching the players.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta watch Queen C8. All right.
I rather see good moves. Knight A1 was a good move. Queen C6 was a good move.
Yeah, no, Knight A1 was amazing.
Oh, we've got a lot of people who don't really. We have a noticeable chunk of people, Ghost, who are not enthralled by this game.
Not enthralled.
Yeah.
I was shocked actually. I was talking to some players at my tournament here in St. Louis. There's a bunch of people in town, and we were talking about the World Championship actually just yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people were saying like, yeah, the games have been kind of boring, and I'm just like, I'm sitting there, I don't know. I'm the only one that's been like, I don't know, it's pretty interesting to me. Like just the tension, the drama, the
Yeah.
fact that we're watching history unfold. To me, it's all fascinating. Just any way that it goes down, that's interesting to me. Even if they made like 12 boring draws, for me, okay, it'd be a boring match, but at least it'd be kind of interesting story. Not that I would particularly enjoy it, but I don't think the game's been boring at all. I think maybe, okay, yesterday's game was maybe a bit dull, but other
Oh
than
yeah,
that,
yesterday's game was like the first truly dull game, Kostya.
but that's just one game, you
One
know?
game, I agree.
I remember game seven was exciting. Game eight was like super tense.
Yeah. Eric says games are boring when you watch them with a computer. So maybe, Kostya, the people you talked to who found the games boring, maybe their first experience of the game was already with an engine running or an engine fueled commentator. And so
Well,
they
yeah, I
didn't
mean, the
feel
games
any
are right.
uncertainty and drama.
No, I mean, yeah, the games start at 3 a.m. here. So I think most people basically wake up in the morning and they just play through the game on chess.com, with or without the eval bar. And it's
Mm-hmm.
like, yeah, you don't get the tension, the
Mm-hmm.
drama.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, so we had this
yeah.
question about night before, right? Towards the end, right? Maybe even on the very last move, was there night before instead, breaking up this file a little bit? It looks like against night before, white could take on b7. Just hesitating around f5, but I guess f5, there's queen f3, and it doesn't matter too much as long as I can keep things defended.
Um, oof. This is definitely possible. If you go back one sec,
Yeah, yeah.
maybe D4 is also hanging, but I'm not sure if we really want to take that one.
Right. I was less pumped about that. I thought, like, after bishop g7, the spectator rejoins the game. Because, I mean, really, in this final phase of the game, a big part of the story is that the bishop on h6, right, has no role in any of the squares they're fighting over or any of the tactics.
Yeah. Are we gonna analyze the whole game? Well, I think Jesse's gonna do his daily recap soon, and he usually does a very nice job kind of summarizing what our broadcast was thinking about the game
Mm-hmm.
throughout. So stay tuned for that. That'll be out in like an hour or two. I would say just kind of overall, like bird's eye view of this game, it seems like Gukesh, in my opinion, went very like super risky in terms of the opening choice. And then Ding reacted naturally and got a good position. And then I think it's this common situation where like you don't fully trust yourself to play for the win. You don't fully know, am I playing for a win? Am I just playing to draw? Before the game starts, Ding is playing with black. He's happy to draw the game. He'll draw the game on move one, right? He's playing
Mm-hmm.
black in the match. But once he gets his good position, now he's like struggling. Oh, do I play for the win? That would be great. If you win with black, then the
Right.
match could be over. He's got like two whites left. So
Yeah.
I really feel that struggle. So you don't know if you're playing for a win, playing for equality, and then all of a sudden B6 happens on the board.
Yeah.
I feel like he was really struggling with H5. I feel like H5 was the move. Like, should I just play
Yeah.
solid and just develop, or should I go
Yeah,
H5,
he
play
like
for the win?
rocked several times before playing it, and we were thinking it was a killing move. But I saw when he played it, he looked super nervous, and we were all putting our evaluation low and like, oh my god, like, the queen's almost trapped, the d pawn's gone. But I could see there was something where he was like having a hard time bringing himself to play the move.
Yeah.
Whereas with Gukesh, there's a kind of certainty, right? Even though he's young, or maybe because he's young, but there's a kind of clarity of purpose, right? Like he knows he's just gunning every move, every game.
Yeah, he wants to go for the win. It's very clear. Actually, I totally called it. I remember what game was it? There was one of the games that I was with you guys where uh Gukesh rejected the repetition, rejected the draw and played
Yeah,
on,
yeah,
right? And there was that rook end game,
yeah.
where Ding ended up holding it.
Amazing.
And then I remember saying in the show, it's like, I think Gukesh just wants to play some chess. Like, he just wants
Yeah.
to keep playing the game. And that's exactly what he said in the press conference. Someone asked him, like, why'd you play on? He's like, I just want to play. I just like playing chess.
Yeah. But you're worse. Well, I still want to play. Like, wow.
Just keep the game going. But then he had that other game where he played on like down an exchange. I thought that was wild.
I've got
Oh,
the
that was
Dojo.
insane, Coach. Did that repetition he didn't take?
Yeah.
That was like the highest possible disdain for a draw that I've like ever witnessed from, let's say, a player over 2000.
Mhm.
I've got the Dojo time graph up, boss, and it's insane, dude. It's the most insane. I've seen a lot of time graphs. This one's the real deal, man.
Yeah.
Holy Catolzes. Okay.
All right, so let's say the obvious. Gukesh has just become a massive favorite with 3 games to go.
Yeah.
Just extraordinary favorite, in my opinion. The good thing for Ding is that now his job is clear as well. He has to go all out for the win. The next
No
3
more
games.
hesitating about, am I trying to get a good position or draw or...
Right. And he's got 2 whites. So, next 3 games will be very, very tense. Because Gukesh, I don't think he's like, if next game is a draw, game 13, he has white, I don't think he's just going to kill the game and make a draw. So something about him, the way he's played so far, feels like he's not going to do that. There's 3 tense games left.
Yeah. I mean, he's been playing so riskily too, though, Kostya. Like, his games with white, like, he's really open to the possibility of losing the white games. Today could have easily been another game where he lost with white. The game he won with white, the Queen's Gambit, he could have easily lost if not for Rook H5, right? Like, the position was super messy. He was super committed, right? And then, of course, the first game he lost. Like, he could have lost 3 or 4 games with white in this match, if Ding were a computer or whatever, or I don't know. Like, it was the possibility was very much there. So he's not killing games. He's not playing 2 result positions either,
Dude, let's just say the obvious. The kid was very lucky today that this game he didn't lose it, and nonetheless win it.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a nasty position, dude. Nasty.
Yeah.
It was nasty. I remember using that word exactly. The Queen on F4. Woof. Woof. Wow.
Okay, guys, I think I should get off, so I'll do my little recap thing.
You're in a rush to compete.
Well, I kind of like, I don't want to, once I go online, then I'm going to see all these tweets about, oh, Ding missed, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Yeah, how could he not see 21, Bishop G5?
Right. Or just knight before on the last move and it's equal.
There's a Substack post. Why did world champion miss Bishop G5?
I mean, right now they're going to be showing Ding where he missed a win. I'll go ahead and say I'm sure the computer finds a win for Ding because it was just so terrible.
So nasty.
But yeah, they're going to be showing that to him now, and I don't want to see it. I'll watch it later, but I don't want to see it.
Before you do your recap, you don't want to be tinged.
Right. So we don't want to see it. We don't want to hear about the eval. Right. That's totally fine.
Yeah, we'll review it. Within a few hours or a day or 2 later. So we will
Definitely no reveals about the eval, please, folks. One way or the other.
Yeah.
I feel like we're getting so. Yeah. So definitely no reveals, please.
Okay, David. So I'll see you early tomorrow morning, boss. Maybe Coach will join us.
Yeah, I would expect Coach
I'll
based
be
on
here.
what we've witnessed today.
Through
All right. Cool. Ciao.
Ghosty, I scrambled into your scene very quickly, so hopefully it looked good to you.
No, it looked good. Yeah, it looked great.
And previously I was using this other setup because we only had 2 cameras, so it made sense to me to just stick with what I had, which was working.
Yeah. No, it was all good. In fact, I mean, you could use this one. It was designed so that you would take the top spot normally, and then when anyone joins you, you just put them in the bottom boxes. But
potentially wide with just a line between them.
Oh no, you could just like when I hosted, I think I just I think you joined first, so I just put you in your own box, and then when Jesse joined, he got his box. Um,
Okay.
but I mean, I don't know. I mean,
But for
look
that, I'd
fun.
have to rearrange the names too, right?
Yeah. But that's not too hard.
Okay. Do you want to look at night before a little bit, or go to bed and let Jesse do the recap, or what?
Oh, sure. Yeah. No, I'd love to talk a little bit more, yeah, about the match because I
I'm
feel like,
pumped.
yeah, I'm down. Because I mean, today is huge game. Like this is like historic game
Yeah.
basically. Like
So feel
the
free to
match,
stick
I
around,
think
folks.
actually the most likely thing is for the match to just end in three draws or in another win for Gukesh with like Ding going crazy pushing for the win basically.
Hmm. I mean, definitely, we haven't seen him in that kind of an all-out mode, so we are going to see something different in the next game that we have not yet really seen this entire match.
Yeah, I really want to go back actually and look at the 2023 match because those final games were like so dramatic and I don't remember anything about them. They're just like such a blur.
Hmm.
Probably because we weren't watching them live. I think we only tuned in for the rapid match last time.
Hmm.
Ding will try. Ding will try. No.
Yeah.
Ding is still a chess player. He's not just gonna like draw out the match.
Yeah. No. He's dug deep on many occasions already in this match, right? Like there was that end game where he was down a pawn, rook and bishop versus rook and knight, and he was sort of on the borderline between losing and drawing the whole end game, let's say, from my non-engine perspective.
Hmm.
um, and at some point, he almost has no move he can play. And he said, like, I was like considering giving up, and then I was like, no. And he dug deep, and with like 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes left, played this f6 move, which was one of like the last things he could move anywhere on the board.
Hmm.
And he saved that game, and that was like a position where I think you could say very few people would have saved that position in that game at that point. And what it showed is sort of like a reserve of determination on his part. And you may say drawing looks different than winning, but it's just the same thing. It's just determination, right? It's being able to bring out an extreme effort.
Yeah, there's two things that's like very hard in chess. One is to push for a win in a drawn position, and the other is to try to hold from a worse or very unpleasant position. And yeah, so I think like you need resilience for both. So I definitely think I mean he got to 28 like 10 basically. And he got there by being, just an insane chess player. So he still has it in him,
Mm-hmm.
obviously.
Yeah.
Um, but now Gukesh has probably gotten all of his confidence back, and now he has nothing left to prove. He doesn't have to win another game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he showed in the candidates and the Olympiad, like his nerves are solid. Like he's got no issue with playing critical games and playing them well.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what Jesse and I have also agreed on. At the most tense moments, he's been fine. Even though you might think as a kid, like it's getting more and more overwhelming. Um, but at all the most pressure moments in his life so far, he's done quite well.
Yeah. Are
Should we
we
look
sure
at night
Dink is
before for a second,
still
Kostya?
a chess player? Yes, sorry. It's getting triggered by the chat.
Oh, sorry.
So night before, yeah. So our claim here is that this would have okay instead of Queen C8, so this would have held the game longer,
Or maybe
right?
completely. We don't know. My
Uh,
candidate idea for white is to take the pawn on b7 with my knight. Um, because otherwise, maybe black will play. Well, they can't play b6 yet, can they? Oh, they can because the knight on b4 is stopping knight a6. So, yeah.
well, B6 that could still be Rook 5 takes B4,
Mm-hmm. And then
or
queen
maybe the other one.
c5. We're gonna like drain a lot of our juice.
Sorry, B6 Rook 1 takes
Uh-huh.
B4,
Oh, okay.
and then Knight A6, Knight B8, and then take on B4 at the end. I think we win a pawn and
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that could still be good for white.
That position looks really nice. Yeah. So,
Okay.
but okay, that's why black's not playing b6 next move. But
Okay.
uh, okay, knight b7.
Okay. So I don't think there's any like tactical failing here for white. Like f5, queen f3, we keep everything defended, the d pawn and the knight. Against rook b7, sacking an exchange to get the d pawn, I think it just doesn't matter enough, right? Black can take the d pawn and white's still just up in exchange. So I don't see any problem with knight b7.
Yeah, knight b7. I think white has a big advantage there. Looks like. Well, actually, more than maybe more than because like a5 might be hanging somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, there's a question, right? I was trying to calculate, like, if knight a5 next for white, black could trade on b5 and maybe take a5 with the queen, defending b4. But then maybe you'd have queen e1, winning back that knight. So I'm just going to play
Yeah.
bishop g7 so people can see what the situation I'm talking about is like this, here, and then queen e1. Might
And this
weirdly
is
work for
where
white.
black is like, I should have played bishop f8.
Should have played bishop f8, yeah. And we can play bishop f8 for black here. I mean, it might be the most logical move, honestly. Coming from h6 to cover some of these squares.
Yeah.
That might leave white with the option of queen d4 as well. Oh, also it defends the knight, so white would have to think twice about like a rook a5, rook b7 kind of idea. So bishop f8 looks pretty to the point tactically.
Yeah. Man, exciting.
Yeah. This bishop on f8 also deals with a weird idea where white goes like rook 1b4 and then tries to play a5, a6 and stuff. Now as black, you could sack back the exchange immediately. And the bishop gets to c5 just fine. And so we even have time to queen the b pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So how to progress for white here? Could I try c5, c6, Kostya?
Yeah, I was thinking about c5. That allows knight d5.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe at this point, maybe white just takes on d4 now, because now it's two pawns.
Okay, so queen d4 here. Black's going to go bishop g7, but I don't think winning an exchange matters
Oh yeah, I was
in this
thinking without
position, right?
c5. This might work too,
Oh,
but
without c5.
oh, without c5, yeah, not to give this square.
Ah, gotcha. So, yeah, so queen here. Then there's rook d7, right? And I'd been thinking maybe queen a7 there. Rook takes d3, and we could take on a5.
Yeah.
Something like so. The knight on b4 is a little unmoored here.
Yeah, it's sick.
Yeah, that knight's a problem now, actually. Now, sometimes they find everything Alapinkat, even with little time. 2800 is a different world than the one the rest of us inhabit. But I think this line's working out for white anyway, But I think the idea of playing bishop f8 is not super mysterious. I'd been thinking about it for a while, wanting to get my bishop back to f8. We've all been aware the bishop was bad on h6 for like 5 moves at this point.
Yeah, Ding is very strong. I mean, anything we find in analysis, he's capable of just finding instantly,
In seconds,
basically.
yeah. That's right.
But it's a lot of pressure. I mean, it was a very tense game, you know. It's just, man.
Doesn't strike me that knight b4 saves the game, Kostya. It might extend it, but it feels lost. And yeah, that's my feeling here, is that it's lost.
Yeah, I don't know about totally lost, but it does seem just objectively very, or practically very bad.
The exchange down ending, Party Majir, I'm pretty sure it was 100% busted, but requires some good moves.
Yeah.
I guess like the crucial turning point in the game, Steve Nash is asking about. I feel like I've looked at knight b4, knight b7 enough to have a sense of it, Kostya. It's like the game goes on a bit, but probably winning.
So it looks good for white, yeah.
So the most intense moment in the game was probably when black goes like h5 and white plays b6, as far as like a turning point. Because up to this point, before white plays b6, white has 3 trapped pieces on the queen side, right? A nearly hanging pawn on d3 that they're struggling to defend with some kind of queen versus queen pin when white's queen can barely stay on the square it's on. And this is around when we as commentators thought it was the most grim. Like Jesse and I had it at around between minus 1.4 and minus 1.5. Kostya was around minus 0.8 or so.
Yeah.
And then after b6 was played, and Ding really hesitated on this h5 move, which looked like a killer. But after b6 was played, which is a move which, in fairness, I mean, we've seen before in the Benoni. But after this was played, suddenly it's like, oh, wow, things really like juice up. And I imagine that Ding is still fine after b6, and his mistake comes later, but this was kind of emotionally maybe a turning point in the game.
No, absolutely. Because I think with h5, there was really the question of how much Ding wants to push for the win, because h5 is very ambitious. The normal move there would have been bishop g7.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't know if, like, I'm not sure how much black is better there, but I think at least black is very safe. Bishop a3, b6.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, I mean, there you've still got this position where basically there's nothing that Gukesh can do. Like, there's just no conceivable plan for white to get an advantage. Yeah. That's all there is to say about the position, right? I mean, there's just no plan. Your queenside majority is locked, and, you're not strong anywhere else.
No, I mean, if you could get your knight to e4 and then like break for c5, yeah, you'd be like you take on c5 and somehow get knight d2, knight e4 in, that would be nice. But like d3 is hanging, so it's hard to achieve.
Right. And by the time you achieve it, I mean, black should be able to achieve knight e5 to d7 to hold the c5 square, right? I mean, it's much harder for white to organize their pieces than for black to drop the knight back to d7 at some point.
Yeah.
So when did black lose their advantage? I mean, maybe... Well, okay, we don't know for sure what the evaluation was after b6, queen b8, or queen d6, but what we were looking at looked like white was fully in the game. So my guess is that h5 is a miss, like basically a wasted move that just doesn't do its goal. So it's quite possible that h5 blows the advantage. It's also possible that g6 blows the advantage, which was called a bit of a soft move by Jesse and Kostia, because on that move where g6 was played, that was a moment where black could have gone for something like h6, g5, and some other attempted kills.
Or yeah, even they have a g5. I don't know if we looked at that, but g5 right away.
Right, you could play g5, just sacking that pawn to grab the d pawn, right? Play that position, although that's going to be messy as well, right? Because you can't organize your king too easily. But yeah, I think h5 bishop h6 is an idea that simply didn't work, so it definitely cost him some amount of evaluation. You know, I don't know if it was from better to equal or from slightly better to slightly worse or what it was, but it was definitely a chunk of his evaluation.
Yeah. Yeah, Metaphysics saying they thought Ding would hold out for the next 4 games. Well, I think he was happy with a draw. The problem is Gukesh gave him a better position,
Yeah.
which is actually quite devious. You know, it's a real strategy I've heard before. Like, if you want to play for a win, like get a worse position and like provoke your opponent to come after you. It's very risky because you really open up yourself to a loss, but psychologically it can be very dangerous because if you feel like your opponent is not willing to take risk, then that lets you bully them. Actually, it's a thing in poker. You know, like if you know your opponent is very scared to put all their chips in, that means you should be going all in more often because you know they're not going to match you when they should. And it's like, I feel like we see a very similar thing in chess where, yeah, if your opponent's not willing to take risks, you should be playing much more aggressively against them because they're not going to punish you.
So you feel like Gukesh was feeling it with those repetitions, and he just felt like I've got even more rope, even more like latitude.
Well, that's why I think, yeah, he keeps playing on. I mean, number one, he wants to extend the games, but also because, like, if your opponent is showing they're okay with a draw, then you kind of feel like, well, you always have the draw in pocket. You know, you're risking, but you're not risking as much as you would against someone else who's going to punish you.
Yeah. I've also been very happy to see Ding play much better than expected in this match, much closer to his previous level. Maybe a hair below the level in the Ding-Nepo match, but certainly much better than anything else in the last 2 years.
It's been better than his performance outside of these matches, but yeah, it's still, to me, it doesn't feel close to the old Ding. To me, it feels like very much a wounded Ding who's like just surviving. He's like just trying to hold out before these youngsters just overtake him completely. Yeah, you know, I've been torn honestly. You know, I mean, rooting for Gukesh, but at the same time, I think if Gukesh wins the match, then I feel like the lineage starts to become in trouble. I feel like we're starting to lose a grip on the lineage because it's like we had Magnus, then we had Ding, and then we have Gukesh, and then who's next after Gukesh? It's just I feel like we might just get like a bunch of world champions. Like Noterbeck might win next time, and then Arjun beats him, and then Gukesh is back. It's like, I feel like, you know, I don't know. I think it's in trouble.
Chess has periods of sort of semi-parity at the top, right? And periods of domination at the top, right? Sometimes somebody really stands out for a period, and sometimes you've got a few players who are pretty close, right? So we had the Kasparov era, then we had a sort of parity-ish between Anand, Kramnik, and Topalov fighting to be a successor, right? Back and forth. And, you know, somebody might think one of them was a hair better than the other, but it was obviously competitive between those three at every tournament and every match. And then Magnus, dominates for about 10 years. And now there's a pretty good chance we'll get, again, a period of some parity between Gukesh, Aragaisi, and Noterbeck.
Yeah, and who knows?
And who knows who else, right? But
yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I think okay, after World War II, I feel like that was really Botvinnik's era because he just kept winning matches.
I would say it's pretty close to parity though, because like I mean, he drew the match with Bronstein, right? He drew a match with Smyslov, lost a match with Smyslov, won a match with Tal, lost a match with Tal. Like, I think it was also a period where like if people went to a tournament, you wouldn't have had the dominating feeling that Kasparov or Magnus gave you.
No, probably not that feeling, but I think like because just if you look at the line, it goes like Alekhine, Oive, Botvinnik.
Botvinnik did enough to give you a sense that it was a Botvinnik era, I guess. So you could say that. You could make that argument from one side. From another side, you could say the ratings were probably really close.
So there's strength. I'm sure the players were close. But yeah, in terms of like who holds the titles, like Botvinnik, Smyslov, Botvinnik, Tal, Botvinnik,
right,
Petrosian, and then Spassky, and so on. So I just feel like, that was his era and others were just a part of it. In my opinion.
Okay. But I would say it's sort of different. Like sometimes you've got a rating list where the top player is, 50 points above the rest. And when they go to a tournament and somebody asks who's the favorite at this tournament, you don't really have to think like who's in form or who just did a training camp. Like for 10 years, you could just say Magnus was the favorite at any tournament. And I did. And I was right every time, basically, right? It's not much of a prediction to do. And I think if you looked at the rating list during the Botvinnik era, the top 5 to 6 players were very close and going back and forth for a while.
Yeah, I'm sure. So yeah, now it's going to be well, the thing that makes it unclear now is because like I mean Magnus is still around. We'll see how much classical chess he plays next year.
Right.
But so far it's been trending down and down.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll have to see if Gukesh manages to unseat him in the freestyle tour, right?
Yes, but okay,
like if Magnus won't come to Gukesh, maybe Gukesh can go to Magnus.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like Gukesh isn't even playing rapid. Like, is he gonna now switch to rapid 960? And
I thought freestyle was classical 960.
Oh, I think they're playing classical. Yeah, true.
Yeah,
that would be better.
And he is participating.
Okay,
he signed up for that tour. Now, okay, I will say this week, Gukesh does not look as strong as Magnus to me. When he was playing the Olympiad, I entertained the question. I'm like, I don't know, maybe he's already up there.
Right.
I definitely don't think he's playing at a Magnus level in this match. But, he'll be stronger next year. So
yeah. I think he hasn't played his absolute best, but I also think it's hard to play your best when you're trying to win against a player who is not that much weaker than you.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like really easy to like over push and underestimate them and just kind of go crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I mean, we'll see. Let's assume, let's imagine Gukesh wins the match. He becomes the next champ. And then yeah, to me it's wild. That he'll be number 18. And poor Ding, he might just go down as just like the worst world champion. He might take Oive's spot.
Oh.
which is a shame.
Well, Ding would make a great FIDE president one day, so it wouldn't be all bad.
Because he's not, he wouldn't be. I definitely don't think he's the weakest world champion in terms of pure strength. I think he's like the weakest in terms of their performance as world champion.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, well, also just the number on the list, dude. I don't think Oive was maybe number 8 or something in the world. He's number 22.
In terms of world ranking, yeah.
I think Oive was number 3 or 4. It was really not even that bad.
You guys want to watch? Maybe we could. Is it allowed for us to watch the press conference on Stream Live?
No.
Okay.
I mean, you could try and get away with something. You've done that before, but
yeah.
that's the
So
thing,
I did.
Cheerful
I
Blizzard. Oiva was
yeah.
also the least scummy FIDE president of all time. So
Yeah, maybe Ding could have a afterlife as a FIDE president.
yeah,
He would make a good FIDE president.
exactly.
I will be a president for all people.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Dude, Rapport could be the vice president or whatever Sutovsky is, the CEO.
I see. Yeah, they should switch gears. Ding Rapport as a ticket.
Yeah.
Let me okay, I'll do some body language analysis on the oh, we have captions though for the press conference. Gukesh is saying in tie breaks mistakes happen. Oh, okay. I think someone asked him about tie breaks. So Gukesh is saying he kind of does want to avoid the tie break because it's too much of a roller coaster.
Yeah, too much
Yeah,
variance.
what-
Also not
what's
classical
that,
chess. Also,
Yeah.
Proust will not consider you world champion if you do it in a rapid tiebreak.
He said that too. I mean, not really, but he said, yeah, also it's rapid chess, so it doesn't really count.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Wait, is Ding even there? Hold on. I only see Maurice and Gukesh on camera.
Yeah, Ding might not be there, boss.
Ding there. That's a Magnus move.
They're asking him dumb questions. They probably already flashed. Well, yeah, maybe Ding didn't want. I mean, he knows that he was winning at some point.
Someone was saying in the chat that I think Emil or someone from FIDE was saying that they're not going to do the engine thing in the press conferences anymore. Like they
Oh,
said that on Twitter.
Okay.
It's a good idea. But if the people in there ask them questions based on having watched the game with the engine the whole time, it could still be annoying. But yeah, it's a good try.
Right.
Right. And, you know, it's not wrong. Everyone's watching with the engine, so they're going to have like obvious engine questions. I think to them it's going to seem obvious.
Right. Oh, and Colorado says that Ding did show up. They asked him a couple quick questions and let him go recover. So that's nice.
Okay. Maybe I'll go back and look at that. Oh, yeah, he was there at the very beginning. Oh, Ding's looking sad at the very beginning, dude. Oh, dude.
Oh, guys, Cheerful Blizzard is on my team. That warms my heart. You know what else I was thinking, Cheerful Blizzard? I was thinking that, you know, if Nepo and Wei Yi just played like 2 or 3 more games, that Anand could move up 1 or 2 spots. You know? All we need is like Wei Yi or Nepo to go play like 1 or 2 more Bundesliga games, draw 2,500 and 12 moves for $1,000, and Anand could be up to number 8.
Wow.
Yeah.
King's back.
That's all it would take. That's all it would take. And honestly, if Abdusattorov plays a couple more opens against like Uzbeki and Indian teenagers, he could drop out of the top 10. It's just rough out there. It's just rough out there.
Okay, Gukesh just said, I found this move A4, which looked like the only way to not lose the game. I'm not sure it was right. Then he looked at Maurice. I'm not sure if it was right. And then Maurice gave him like a nod. Like, yeah, it was right. So funny.
Oh, man. I'm watching him talk about his bishop G4. I think the bishop G4 was a very, maybe it's not the computer best move, but it was very, I thought, a deep move by giving away the light square bishop and playing on the dark squares.
Nice. Yeah, I think having the eval bar on in front of the players is a really bad idea. I always have it off when I do the interviews in St. Louis because if I have it on, they just get distracted by it automatically, and then if I have it off, then they don't look at it. They just they give their thoughts, and it's just such a dramatic. It doesn't matter how strong the player is, how close to 3,000 they are. If the eval is on, like. They won't say anything that contradicts it. They just feel weird. They're just like, they don't even want to give what they were thinking because it might be a blunder.
Yeah.
It's like, oof. Sad.
I think metaphysics that knight A1 looked like a pretty good move.
Yeah.
In my recap, I was like, this might be in Indian schoolboy textbooks pretty soon, knight A1.
Knight A1. You've already finished the recap?
Yeah, dude. That's why do you think I'm back?
Dude, that's beastly.
Yeah. You
Yeah,
think I'm
Folks,
just
do you
gonna
realize that
show up,
Jesse
dude?
just recorded a video
Yeah.
and he's back already on stream?
David, we help too. We've been keeping chat company until the recap is posted, and then they can go watch
Now they're all
that.
going to leave us to watch the recap.
Yeah. You have a title for the recap?
I think we
It's
should call it
over.
blood.
Blood.
One of the things too that I really admire about the way Gukesh played it was um I think instead of knight a3, a lot of players would play knight d2 as the more natural move.
Hmm.
But the issue with knight d2 is you're giving black the chance to get rid of his chump. The piece that was shouldn't be so bad is all of a sudden a really bad chump. So white I think is still better in those positions, but I found a way for black to play there where he's not necessarily toast. So knight a3 just says the bishop on h6 bows. You're hosed.
Right. This knight's willing
Oh.
to go knight a3 to c2 to a1 to b3 to outmaneuver that bishop.
That's right. Well, one of the important things about knight a1 b3 was he did it after his rook gained access to b5. You have to get the rook to b5 before you go knight a1 b3 because you don't want the knight to body slam you with knight b4.
Yeah, you don't want to get locked out. And yeah, here rook b8 might be where the advantage gets out of control. Your move rook c8 seemed much less
Right. Yeah, rook b8
more
seems
resilient.
correct. Yeah.
Rook b8. I mean, it's walking right into the like Benko tactics, right? Like queen c6. Just like a classic Benko tactic.
Mm. So you guys, I feel like in terms of world championship trivia, like definitely in the modern era, this 60-minute think is the longest ever. But then I was thinking back, I remembered,
Wow.
and I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it immediately, but like the tall Botvinnik matches, like it's one of the few world championship uh, places where you can see the
Where they
times.
printed the times, yeah.
Printed the times. And Botvinnik is tanking in a lot of these positions, dude. Absolutely tanking. And so I think we'd have to go back to a match like that where somebody is thinking for, and I don't know if there's actually an hour think, but there are some very deep tanks. And there the time control is much longer too. I think they have 2.5 hours for 40 or something like that.
Yeah, there were some long. Didn't Tall spend like 40 minutes on that famous knight f4 move?
I'm sure, yeah, there's a lot of, but an hour, I mean, an hour is a whole nother level.
Oh, an hour is wild. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of 40-minute things in World Championship history, but like an hour. An hour. Oh man.
Man, hour is like honestly, and he was sitting the whole time, like he didn't like stand up. Like,
Wow, they had like 1 minute or less left on the clock at move 40 again and again. 2 hours and 29 used. My poor book, not even a single page is still attached, Jesse. Every single page is just loose.
nice.
I have a newer edition because my older edition fell apart.
Yeah.
And the newer edition I like less. But in any case.
Mine's pretty intact. Pretty good. Thank you for following Half Baked Hermit. Folks, I guess we should mention we've got a deal going on. If you want to join the dojo, use code WC24 to get 20% off chessdojo.club. Join the dojo training program. We're only going to run that deal as long as the World Championship is ongoing, and a lot of people might say it's over today. A lot of people are already saying it's over. So guys, don't miss out running running out your chance. Oh, and guys, I asked you, I don't know, I didn't see if people responded, but I asked you guys about merch because I figured out how to do a discount for merch.
Mm-hmm.
So if you guys are down, we could do a holiday. I was thinking a December sale for our merch.
Okay. Yeah.
Because I know people in the program were asking, they were asking about discounts too, because we know the discount's only for new members. And people in the program were a bit wondering also. But merch is available. So you guys can get some fancy dojo gear at your next tournaments. I just added some sweatpants actually, which until this point have been very exclusive to me. I own the only pair of dojo sweatpants in the world. Now anyone can get
Now
them.
anyone can get sweat work in all day long.
Yeah, high quality fleece. Look, I'll just put the link for you guys in the chat. It's actually a bit of a weird link right now. It's chessdojo.shop/shop for the merch.
It must be
It's two shops.
.club/shop, right?
Yeah, maybe
You said
.club/shop would work
.shop
as well.
/shop. Oh,
I think
that's the link.
I think
Really?
that's the link. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But let me see.
That's funny. Oh, you're right.
Club
What?
works. No, club doesn't work. Because
.shop/shop.
the merch
That's
is still, the shop is still hosted on Wix. So
still on Wix. Okay.
yeah, that's fine.
Sorry.
Oh,
for all the
David,
things
you
I
get
don't
some
know.
you get some props, boss. And I'm just watching him, and he's talking about how if he had realized how bad his position was, he should have considered your nasty C5 move instead of D3.
Yeah. Yeah, boy.
Yeah, and then he's saying when it comes, he sees the position knight C5, he's like, oh shit, now I'm, I got to rethink my whole coconuts.
He went through that part pretty fast, right? I was just saying, should stop and think before playing B5.
But I mean, C5 would be an acknowledgement that the milk has gone bad. It's just that it's even worse in this other position.
Well, just that the milk's not that great. I don't know that it's like, I mean, he hasn't played any mistakes up till that point.
Maurice is asking him some dumbass questions, dude.
Of course. Of course. That's literally what he does.
Yeah, and he's recognizing that nasty queen f4 position. He's just like crispy critters.
Yeah, I'm sure he knew. Like it's not like he played queen f4 and it felt good. Well, it just felt right to trap my queen on f4.
Yeah, so right, he got lucky to find this B6 stuff, dude. Oh my gosh, dude. A4, and then he's got B6 in his pocket. Oh my gosh.
Oh, and Ding was saying he missed the idea to sack the B pawn from Gukesh. He underestimated the sacrifice.
Oh, I think we all underestimated because it seems at the surface that it's not going to change the nature of the position. But actually, like queen d6 is a major bummer because then I take on c5 with tempo. And then queen b8 is a major bummer because of the e7 square. So definitely not an obvious thing.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think what Ding was saying was that he missed, because in the game he just took on b6 and he was just a pawn up.
Mm-hmm.
But White had like fantastic positional comp for it.
Mm-hmm.
He was just saying he underestimated White's play there.
Really?
Which is kind of surprising because it's a very thematic.
Yeah, pretty standard position for White. And I mean, even the way he played, I'm pretty sure White had immediate rook takes b7 if White wanted it, and White's good. Maybe what Gukesh did was even better or more tense. But just rook takes b7 was fine.
But I think we didn't look at it, David, but my bishop g7 move might hold.
At which point?
So queen takes c6, queen takes c6, bishop c6, bishop g7.
Queen takes c6? Where, Jesse?
I have to. So,
I mean, when queen c6 was played, it was the last move of the game.
Oh, no. I thought you were talking about earlier with rook, because you were talking about
rook b7. Okay, yeah. Rook b7. Right. You had queen c6, Queen c6, bishop c6, bishop g7.
Bishop g7, right?
Oh, okay, because we had king d8 or e5 there, but bishop g7.
And the point of bishop g7 is that my bishop holds the rook.
Mm-hmm.
So on rook b1, I'm going to try for either e6 or king d8.
Well, e6, there's rook b7.
Okay, so king d8, excuse me. I'm going to play king d8.
Okay, and then I take, and your king takes. And I go.
And then I'm saying maybe I'm not completely hosed.
I go rook b5. I never said you were completely hosed, but it's like +1.
Good question. I don't know. I don't know how bad it is. But I'm imagining if I'm white, I'm saying to myself, maybe I'm going to live through this.
If you're black, you mean?
Yeah, if I'm black, yeah.
Okay. But like, I mean, at minimum, there's no way black is like good in this line, right? This rook b7 is just pretty simple for white. And in even this position, you've got a bad bishop. There's a passed c pawn. White's got the b file. And we can still go knight a1, knight b3, knight a5 if we don't want to give back the b file. But I think we can probably go rook a5 and against rook b8, just play rook back to b5. I guess against rook a8, we'll do the knight a1 to b3.
At some point, you have to take one of my coconuts, and then I'm going to get a little bit of play.
I know, a little bit. But if I take the a pawn, I won't release your bishop at least, right?
So, first of all, I'm not arguing that white's saying white's not better. I'm just imagining, like, why wouldn't you go for this line? And one of the things, too, that's interesting about the decision is in this position, like, it would be, maybe definitely worse for black, but black gets to make some easy moves, right?
Yeah.
And in the other one, we just maintain constant pressure.
I mean, to me, I would guess white's about a 70% chance to win this endgame. So I'm not saying it's critters yet, but it looks like we're up a pawn for free.
Okay, but let's just say rook b5, rook a8.
Right.
Mostly I'm just trying to get my rook in besides defending the pawn.
Sure. Knight a1.
Okay.
So I'll put my knight on b3, and then I won't take the pawn, right? I'll bring my king to e2 or something. You could put the king on c6 to cover the b file. Or c7.
He's going to play something like e5, f5, king c6, something like that.
e5, knight b3. Now you have to move the king before you play f5, right? Because of rook b7. So you could bring the bishop back to f8 because it kind of...
No, I have to go.
You played e5. Too bad.
So we'll play king e6.
King e6, okay.
Now you can play rook takes a5 at any momentito, boss.
Yeah. I've got it if I want. I mean, there's a part of me that
knows
wants...
he can play at any moment.
There's a part of me that wants to centralize my king first, and there's another part that thinks I might enjoy the check on b6. I don't know.
I'm gonna go back. So let's see.
I mean, but
it's a really interesting thing that he doesn't take on b7, isn't it? So let's see here. KB1, queen c7, rook b7.
I think he played rook b5 quite quickly, is my recollection.
Yeah, minute 41 is what
like he didn't agonize about this.
Yeah, I think he just wanted to keep the pressure, not simplify, not
Right. Both moves look
cash
good.
in too quickly.
Both moves look good. He must have been confident that he had the advantage at this point, huh, Kostya?
Actually, let me do a take back. So instead of bishop g7, let's say queen takes, bishop takes, and let me try e5.
e5.
That's actually stronger.
Okay, that's been tried before. Rook b1.
Okay.
King e7 is what we had.
Right. Trade.
You said give the check.
Yeah, I said give
And then
check.
after king e6, you said to play knight a3 to b5, but...
I didn't know what... I just knew that white has a bunch of options in that position.
Yeah.
This one maybe is not so simple. This is better than my bishop g7 though. So I unfortunately said bishop g7 in the video like a chump.
That's fine.
Because here I have ideas of bishop d2, and I might live. Actually, that's
Right.
maybe black is just okay.
There's no way black's okay. White's always better. That's the rule.
That's the rule. Well, we've seen a lot of these end games though, with the bishop suddenly potentially becoming active.
Yeah.
No, I think that's the main line though. There, e5, rook b1, king e7.
Okay. Let me try something here after king e6. King g2.
Okay.
Try something novel. I'm going to rush my king to e4.
Um, okay, I don't know yet what you're doing. So bishop d2.
Bishop d2. King f3.
Now, if it's your move, what would your move be?
Rook b6 check. King e7, king e4.
Okay. Okay, good. All right, so I'll bite and play your f5 move.
Yeah. Good move. I'll give a check. You go to f7.
Sure.
Ay, ay, ay. Still got some
Because
work to do.
eventually I'm going to be threatening e4 here. Yeah, the knight risks becoming a chump.
Maybe king e2 now,
Okay.
All right, bishop c3.
and then knight a3. And then on e4, we just ignore it.
And then what? Okay, I don't know. I got a lot of moves, but I'll play e4 and then let's see what you want.
So like knight b5 or maybe c5.
Yeah.
c5, knight c4.
Which one do you want?
I'll go with David's hand. Knight b5.
What you're doing? I'm just gonna play a natural move, rook e8.
Mm-hmm.
Knight d6.
Oh, that was a bad one.
Now my hand won.
Oh, knight d6. Okay. I was thinking about knight c3 and then d4 as a
Right.
threat.
It looks like, Kosti, we have the threat of knight d6 period to take the e-pawn here.
Fair enough.
That's convenient because we could use a threat. I mean,
Yeah.
pieces aren't good squares, but threats are helpful too.
Oh, sorry. Knight c3 is not a threat because black can throw an ed3 check. Maybe.
Then you play king d3
Yeah, we're up a pawn. Yeah,
and king c3, and man, just keep working.
Okay, I still believe this particular position. I believe in black, but let me just try to make it more exact. So go back to f5, rook b6 check, king f7,
King e2. There's no choice there.
e2, c3, knight a3. Okay. Yeah, I should just be fine. Let's say rook e8.
Knight b5, threatening your bishop.
Rook e6.
What?
Ooh, maybe you can win the pawn endgame. I have to be careful.
Of course I can win the pawn ending. What do you mean maybe I could win the pawn ending?
Okay. I'm just looking. All right.
No, conveniently for you, bishop b4 defends knight d6 check, and I highly recommend that move. It comes highly recommended.
Okay, I'm going to switch it up a little bit. I'm going to play rook d8 instead of bishop d2.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask you to just be a little careful about the e4 check.
This is way before, right?
Yeah, so on move 30.
Rook d8. Okay. King f3. I know you told me to be careful. But
All right, so f5.
f5. Okay.
If I got this as black, I'd be very happy just to be surviving. Actually, when you look at this compared to the game, clearly you want the game.
Okay. Give the check.
Right? It's f7.
7. c5.
Oh, Jesse, they're asking you what title you wanted in the chat
What title I wanted?
for the recap.
Oh, let's go with blood.
Wait, actually, instead of c5, I'll play king e2 now. Yeah. Calmer, calmer. Keep the bishop a chump. Jesse loves to put the pieces on good squares. So he probably doesn't like it when you stop him.
So wait, you played king
I
e2
played king
instead of
e2.
c5?
Yeah. Yeah. As they said in Goodwill Hunting, how do you like them coconuts?
Goodwill.
Famous quote.
We're going to Goodwill Hunting now?
Goodwill hunting.
I don't know. Ah,
Oh, did I get it wrong, Endgame Magician? Maybe you should rewatch the film. I'm pretty sure it's coconuts. No, I'm kidding, Magician. I'm kidding.
okay, David, I'll take one more take back, okay?
I figured,
Okay, so on king g2, 30 king g2.
Yeah.
I'll go f5, king f3, right? Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
So f5, I'll move 30, and
F5.
then king f3.
Okay. I think as soon as you go F5, I should throw in my check.
Okay, that's fine.
And yeah, just prudence. And now, yeah, now my king could come up to F3.
And now I know I've already done this, but I have a different idea. So I'm gonna play
Yeah.
bishop d2,
Yep. I knew you would. King E2, I guess.
d2,
Not
bishop,
proud. Bishop
bishop
C3.
c3. That's what I like. Yeah.
Knight A3.
Knight a3, and now I'm gonna play h4. I think that's a minor exclam right there.
Ooh. Oh, that's a hell of a drug. That's crushing. How did I blunder that?
Now, by the way, maybe it's still complicated if you run the c pawn. I haven't fully figured it out. Maybe
Sure.
I'm still toast. I don't know.
Yeah, but no, you're doing something. You're doing something. You're not just sitting there passive. My advantage was that I was the only one with a rook playing, right? And now yours. Yeah.
And maybe there's some other way for me to organize this h4 thing. But
No, that was beautiful.
also, if I was really scared, I could play bishop b4 and go into the rook endgame, claiming that h4 is also. But I don't know. I don't want to make. I don't know. That's complicated.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think that's a key idea for black is I gotta get the rook in, right? That's my problem. I gotta fix.
Well, you got two problems: the rook and the bishop. But good on you for dealing with both. Yeah. I did not do very good here, nor did I do very well.
I think it's fair to say too that just about there's a safety to rook takes b7 that a lot of like that's how I've blown a lot of nice positions, right? Because it's just like, oh, that looks great. And then because rook b5 really holds the tension. And the computer might even like rook b7 more, who knows? But
Right.
rook b5 is, especially in time pressure, a lot harder to deal with.
Yeah.
Because all those moves that I made, like at least the first couple, they were all quick. So then that would be kind of like how the past games have gone, where Ding like survives his massive tanks.
Right. Yeah. Whereas this game, he had to think again, like, what do I do, between rook c8, rook b8, all that kind of stuff, and perhaps got it wrong as well. Well, probably, right? Since he lost on the board and was probably not terminal.
I mean, to me, it's like no question. Rook b5 was a stronger move because like the rook b7, we're still analyzing. We're not sure. With rook b5, he won in like 2 minutes. He won 2 minutes later, basically. Like,
well, yeah, but against Jesse's rook c8, it wouldn't have been so obvious. We'd still be analyzing that too if we were analyzing it. No.
but I'm saying rook b5 versus rook b7.
Right. Against rook b5, Jesse would have played rook c8 instead of rook b8. I think we would have too, and I think we could still be analyzing that.
Sure. Jesse would have held it, yeah. But I'm talking about what happened in the game. Like, I think the decision like worked out perfectly.
Oh yeah, that we all agree on.
If you win, it works out perfectly.
Yeah.
If you win, it's gonna work out.
We have the
But that's what I'm saying. It's like
now.
it shows I think it was a very good call. Like,
Yeah.
he won the game
Dude,
instantly.
props to our team, man. They pumped out that video, and our video is out, my friends.
Yeah.
Our video is out. Holy,
Wow.
that was fast.
If he'd played rook b7, he might also have won the game in a few moves. We don't know.
All right, you guys, I'm gonna post El Linko in the chat-o here. Oh, zoop.
All right, super. Guys, I think I should go sleep for 1 hour.
All right, buffs.
All right.
Yeah, so we're gonna shut down the stream. We'll be back early tomorrow morning. Kostya might join us. WC24 is your code to join the dojo at 20% off, my friends. Yeah. And then go chat. I've just posted the link in the chat. If you hadn't had enough of this game, the succinct breakdown right there. Yep.
Awesome.
Cool. Yeah, good stuff, guys.
Good to see you, Coast. Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You look good for somebody who's just played 9 rounds.
Thanks. Yeah.
All right. Cheers, everybody. I'm going to go grab a mini nap. And we'll see you for the next game tomorrow. The rest day is coming up on Tuesday. Tomorrow's Monday. Yeah, I don't know. There's one more game and then a rest day, whatever day it happens to be.
Mm-hmm.